Hey there, welcome to another weekly forecast. In this forecast, which is taking us from Monday the 11th of November right the way through to Sunday the 17th of November, I'm going to be looking at all the big planetary patterns I can see, and also putting it into a bit of context in terms of where it sits in terms of November, and all of the planetary changes going on there, and also in the season that we're currently in. You might, if you've been to this channel before, you might have seen my autumn or spring equinox video from literally the last season change at the end of September. And, you know, one of the things that I was really conscious of was the big changes and shifts that we're going through in November. You know, in November, we're going through the time of coming out of Scorpio and going into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, you know, during this time, all the planets that go through the sign of Scorpio will at some point go into opposition with Uranus. And of course, Uranus is a great upset planet. You know, it creates change. It creates big shifts. And if you think about it, you know, Uranus is also one of the rulers of the sign of Aquarius, which is where Pluto is absolutely getting ready to go into right now. In fact, Pluto is going to make his final ingress into the sign of Aquarius on the 19th, which is in next week's forecast. You know, it's literally just around the corner. You know, so just that is enough to set this feeling of insecurity, uncertainty, a feeling that something is approaching. We might not be able to see it. It feels a little bit difficult to understand. So there are big shifts. But we're also, speaking of Pluto, going through right now a very, very strong Pluto opposition to Mars. Now, it was exact on the 3rd of November, which was, funnily enough, in last week's forecast, or the week before's. I'm losing track now. It will be exactly in opposition on the 3rd of January and also on the 27th of April of next year. But during this whole period of time, really until mid-May, Pluto and Mars are in opposition, creating this very, very deep stirring. So it's with, oh, and also let's not forget Jupiter and Saturn are also in a square, which only happens every 9 years. So, you know, we are going through this week ahead forecast with the background planetary picture being really quite spicy, really quite shocking. And it's almost, it feels like it's ripping us a little bit. You know, it's offering us, I always see these things as opportunities as well as threats or challenges to us, but it's offering us a chance to see where what we've held on to so tightly is potentially now causing us problems, and where we can be open to opportunities, we might get a sense of greater freedom. But you know, these are really high stake times right now, and following on from the election in America last week, I'm guessing that there are a lot of people that are feeling quite sore, and also I'm guessing that there are lots of people who are also feeling quite jubilant and quite relieved. So, you know, this is a time of you know, deep, I would say schisms in humanity. And, you know, my biggest hope in terms of doing this forecast in terms of this week ahead is how can we go through the next step and take the next step and the next step? You know, my big question here is what now? You know, like, you know, what is the best way for us to proceed that is going to help us stay together, that's help us integrate all the things that we might be a bit worried about or struggling with. You know, what now? What are we moving on to, and how can we best do it? You know, to me, it feels like there are some particular traits or qualities that might really serve us, and some that could really kind of almost screw us up. So it's with that kind of energy that I'm going into this forecast today. In the first part, I'm going to be looking at the day-to-day forecast, you know, where I will look at what's going on with the planets each day and the moon each day, and talk about what attitudes or, you know, what's on your agenda on that particular day, like how might you manage it? And that's for all of the signs, but it's still useful, you know, because it might help you plan your week ahead in terms of, you know, when you might do your pottering around at home, when you might go out and do a lot of nitty gritty type stuff. You know, there are certain things we all have to do each week, right? There's, you know, we have a natural rhythm. So I'll let you know which days work best for which kinds of activities. And then in the second part of the forecast, it will be dedicated specifically on a sign by sign basis. So there'll be like Aries, Taurus, Gemini, right the way through to Aquarius and Pisces at the end. And I'm sorry to say that they're in, because obviously I see it as a completely closed circle. It's just a loop. So, you know, the zodiac goes all the way around. Now, with these forecasts, you can look at them if, you know, like for instance, I'm a Sagittarius sun sign. I've got my moon in Pisces and my ascendant is Scorpio. You know, I think you can use these forecasts for each of these, you know, for your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. But what I would say is, if you're looking at, like, if I listened to Pisces for my moon sign forecast, what I might bear in mind is that that forecast is talking more about my emotions, my psyche, my intuition. It's the less visible, it's the least concrete forecast. It's more about my emotional potentials. If I'm looking at Sagittarius for my sun sign, then use that to understand how your personality might thrive in this week ahead, you know, how your special skill set, the things that you're known for, like your brand, you know, how are you going to radiate out what you're here to do? Like, what are your gifts? How are you going to shine in this week ahead? So that's why I might listen to my sun sign. And if you're listening to your ascendant sign, then, you know, I think that's absolutely giving you the architecture of your life, you know, that particular forecast. So if I listened to Scorpio ascendant, like Scorpio for my ascendant, it would really tell me how everything is fitting in, you know, in terms of my life, you know, how it's structured. So all three of them are useful for completely different reasons. So see which ones work best for you is my advice. So before I get started, just want to, if you're new here, just to welcome you to the channel. This is For Good Astrology. Whole purpose of this is to share astrological insights to help you feel like you have a bit more space, a bit more freedom, a bit more clarity to be able to take the next best steps for you. And if you're coming back, if you're a regular viewer, thank you so much for coming back and trusting me with these forecasts. I adore that I'm able to create the resource for you. And, you know, one of the things that came up, I was just looking, just before I get going, I recently did a holistic giveaway. And one of the big takes from that, when I was looking at the data and the information that, you know, many of you shared in your entrance forms, was that once you're on the right track, you actually know what to do. But right now, the big challenge is, how do you get onto the right track? So that's another focus that I'm going to really put into today's forecast. But anyway, let's get going. So the first thing that I really want to just mention is, in this week ahead, we've got a full moon that is taking place on, let me just get this right, on Friday the 15th. And, you know, so as we start this week, we're in a waxing gibbous phase, you know, where the moon is already big and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's getting fuller and fuller. Usually that confers to a time when we start to feel almost like we can't cope, like we're a little bit overwhelmed. I notice in my own self each month coming into this moon phase that I feel more, and I kind of describe it as I'm getting more moony by the moment. You know, I feel more emotional. I feel a little bit snappy or a little bit irritable, because it feels like there's too much going on. And maybe I don't have enough time. I don't have enough patience. I don't have enough energy, you know. And so I don't know how you usually feel around the time of the waxing, the waxing gibbous moon phase, but it's worth looking back in your diary, you know, like follow the moon patterns and see. But this is a time when we tend to feel so much more, and it can be quite overwhelming. I also notice that during this moon phase, lots of opportunities are coming in. And, you know, it's an interesting time, isn't it? Because it's fullness. It's a time of complete fullness. It's like, how much more can you take? It's like your life and your opportunities and your possibilities are getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, one of the things I think is really worth practicing is discernment around this time, because, you know, if you accept everything that's coming into you without actually checking it's for you, you could end up with lots of extra chores, lots of extra emotions to siphon through and work through, sort through. And you might end up taking on a lot of things that just don't belong to you. So you might find that you have big emotions and you're thinking, wow, look at this emotion that I'm going through. How do I cope with it? But you might actually be picking up on somebody else's thing. You know, like if you're living in close proximity to others or working very closely to people, you might be picking up on their things, because during this time, we also get a lot more intuitive, a lot more psychic. So just watch out for that. Keep asking yourself, well, who does this belong to? Is this for me right now or not? And if it's not, let it go with grace, send it on its way, say, thank you, this is not for me. And I send it back. I return it to sender with a bit of love and consciousness. So, you know, be aware of what's going on, what's coming in, and don't be afraid to let go of things quietly and peacefully. Now, as we do come into the time of the full moon, which, like I said, is happening on the 15th, but you'll really be feeling it on the 14th, right at the end of the 14th, and early into Saturday, the 16th. During the time of the full moon, I always think it's good to not over-plan things. You know, it could be, seeing as it's quite a sensitive time, if you have things to work out, it could be quite a good time to go off on your own a little bit and do a bit of a vision quest, or, you know, like a bit of a retreat, you know, and you don't have to actually go and, you know, spend a ton of cash and go on a retreat, but you could create some space for yourself and maybe do a bit of journaling, a bit of, you know, like reviewing what's going on, or maybe like chat and review with a friend, you know, like if you've got somebody that you trust and maybe you want to do the process together, it's a really good time to connect and to see the big overwhelming patterns that are coming up at the moment, to kind of make sense of them. Now, as we come out of that full moon phase, we go into the waning gibbous. And again, this is very much about what you're letting go of. So the letting go is a lot more important. I think one of the things that really happens around this time is it's really good to be in a place of grace and gratitude, you know, so really appreciate what has come to you in the last moon phase, everything from full moon to full moon, like really be grateful for it, really appreciate how it might have been good for you, and almost like the benevolence of the universe, the benevolence of life. And then, you know, just start to say, okay, well, that's great. I'm letting go of that. That's great. I'm going to take this on. So I really see the waning gibbous as being a time of sorting through. So there are some things you're going to keep and work on, and there are some things you're going to let go of. But I really honestly believe that the attitude of gratitude is the thing that kind of keeps it going, and brings in even sweeter opportunities during the next moon cycle. So I think that's worth being aware of. We're also, you know, the moon is going through, as we start this week ahead, it's in the sign of Pisces. So it's super sensitive, super dreamy, not very specific. So I really do think that Monday and early on Tuesday, you know, we might be feeling a lot of things that we're not quite sure about. And then as we're coming in closer towards the full moon and the moon goes into Aries, it feels like we get a bit frenetic, a lot more active in our space, a lot more independent. Like we don't want people hanging around and pulling us back into drama and things like that. Now, during this time, the moon will make a conjunction with Chiron, and that's a real point of sensitivity. So if there's something, you know, possibly the election results of last week, but if there's something that you feel very, very sensitive about, then, you know, as we're nearing, I think it's happening on Thursday, the 14th. Let me just double check. It's actually happening on Wednesday, the 13th, as the moon comes into a conjunction with Chiron. We might feel super sensitive and also a little bit defensive, you know, a little bit on the attack. And then as we're coming into the actual time of the full moon, as the moon is going into Taurus, there's this need to be quite earthy and practical. There's this need to feel comfortable. And I really do recommend that you get comfortable, because as the full moon comes in, it connects with Uranus. And I'll be talking about this much later on in, you know, the first part of this forecast and in every one of the star sign, the zodiac sign forecasts, because this is the big meat on the bones of this week, is the full moon. Really, with the moon, I would say the 15th to the 17th looks like a highly critical time in our lives, but also politically. In fact, I'll just give you a heads up here. What's going on Friday right the way through to Sunday of this week really fits in quite a shocking way to President-elect Donald Trump's chart, also JD Vance, and also the birth chart. I was reliably told, because my husband was watching Steve Judd and he passed that bit of information on, but it's also fitting into the chart of Israel. Now, I don't often look at country charts unless I get a really massive nudge. So it was my husband saying about, Steve Judd was talking about how it fits into Israel's chart. It's right. This full moon is right on the sun of Israel. So I will unpack this a little bit, because obviously if there's some massive world event going on, or things happening with our political leaders, or people with quite a lot of prominence right now, then that could also have a trickle down effect to us. So Uranus, the Uranus themes, which are quite shocking, and they were very much about consciousness, and also I think freedom. I love the term, the thirst for freedom, because I do think we are living in a time where there is this very strong thirst for freedom. The fact that Uranus and the moon are in Taurus during this full moon, I think it's natural freedom we're looking for. We're looking for a sense of natural freedom, where we get the sense of the wind in our hair, that we can connect with nature, as opposed to our very boxed in identity that Scorpio sun might be representing. So there's some big themes, really, really big themes. So let's go even deeper. So this is more of the day-to-day thing. So on Monday, the 11th, I think this is a time to up your game. The moon makes a conjunction to Saturn. It's in a square to Jupiter. That's because Saturn and Jupiter are in a square right now. But, both Saturn and Jupiter are grown up, or they're quite authoritarian in their own different ways, very, very different ways, but both authoritarian. So, the moon in a conjunction to Saturn is, Saturn is the planet that really talks to us about the rules, the regulations. It's how we regulate ourselves. We are going into a day of self-regulation where we are quite serious, we're quite quiet, we're quite reflective, and definitely wanting to be practical. The square to Jupiter is we're kind of slightly irritated by anything that's moving us on a bit too fast and is not allowing us to be quite fastidious. So we're not really enjoying distractions too much. The moon in a trine to the sun, I think, is also showing us that, we've got a quite good balance between our internal childlike self and our adult self. We are quite mature, but we're able to kind of listen to our fears and also think of our life in terms of, what would happen if we followed all of our fears. That's not helpful. So we are coming into a day of feeling quite mature, but it's very, very sobering, very serious. And on this day, Venus goes into the sign of Capricorn. I will be mentioning that in all of the individual sign forecasts, because, Venus Capricorn is an interesting energy, so, we might be conducting our relationships with a little bit more discernment and decorum. We're not going to be so frivolous. To me, it just feels like things have just got very serious, and we're wanting to get on and crack on. We're not wanting to stay in a place of speculation and intrigue. We're just wanting to get on. And actually, I think it's quite important. A lot of people, and this is my intuitive sense of what's been going on, I feel a lot of us have been waiting, and I say us, even though I'm not American, but, obviously I'm European, I'm British, living in Europe. I think a lot of people have had their eye on the US to see what happens, and we've almost put things on a kind of hold. It's almost like spiritually or emotionally things have been on hold. There is this sense of anticipation or waiting to see what happens. I don't know if that's changed so much since the election, because now there is this kind of gap until the actual inauguration on January the 20th. And when I look at these big events coming up around Friday the 15th to Sunday the 17th, you know, I just wonder if that's one of many different distractions in this very sort of transitional space. So I do think we're still in a holding pattern, you know, and we are feeling possibly a bit ambitious. It feels like maybe, you know, Monday the 11th is a day to start moving again. Or at least moving forwards. You know, I actually think what might happen around Friday the 15th to Sunday the 17th might stop us again and have us all a bit like rabbits in the headlights, kind of wondering what's going on. So I think where we get these like moments of determined energy, we should really plow it back into us. We should absolutely invest in us and try and help ourselves rather than just kind of sitting here like like some fawn, like a fight, flight, freeze kind of reaction. You know, I think it's time for us to move forwards rather than freeze. As we go into Tuesday, again, the serious thoughts are persisting, and I really put a lot of that down to Mercury in a square to Saturn. Now, truthfully, that Mercury is already in a square to Saturn. It already is on the day when I'm recording this, on the 9th of November. But you know, Mercury is in an exact square on Tuesday the 12th, really kind of giving us this not suffering fools gladly. You know, we're not enjoying being around frivolous people or flippant people. We are very, very sober in these first 2 days of this week ahead. But we are also getting revved up. You know, there is this kind of like an engine, you know, like we've got our foot on the accelerator a little bit. It feels like we can have these bursts of energy. And I really put that down to like the moon in a sextile to Pluto, you know, is giving us a sense of, yeah, we want to get a sense of control. Then the moon moves into Aries. And like I said earlier, you know, when the moon goes into Aries, we are definitely wanting to be independent, get moving, to feel in control of things and to move things forwards. The square to Venus is interesting. It's again, not frivolous. You know, we might be a little bit competitive with what other people have got going on for them. You know, I do think the Venus squares can bring up a bit of jealousy and possessiveness of ideas or other people's good fortune. So, you know, we are kind of looking around and seeing what's going on, and it feels competitive, you know, so we're serious, we're competitive, we're getting revved up to move. The moon in a trine to Mars, again, is another moving aspect, and the conjunction to the North Node, it's like, I want to be on track. Now, the North Node does show us where we get tripped up. So, you know, you might start moving and then go into self-sabotage if there is this pattern that goes on. So, you know, observe like what happens usually when you're getting excited about something and feeling determined and really quite sober and serious in your thoughts. Do you get so far and then just suddenly stop yourself? If so, look at that on Tuesday the 12th, because I think the emotions are so strong. And of course, we're coming into this full moon phase. I really think, you know, with a bit of reflection and maybe writing it out or talking it through with somebody, you might be able to get really clear on what you might be sabotaging yourself with. So just watch that. As we go into Wednesday the 13th, you know, a lot of this energy is obviously still going on, but the exact things that are happening is we're starting to talk a bit more. So, you know, the moon's in a trine to Mercury. That encourages us to connect. It encourages us to talk more and to share more, especially with the moon in a sextile to Jupiter. That creates a sense of, I would say, openness and a sense of maybe brotherhood, camaraderie, a sense of well-being with the talking and sharing. But it's also bringing up some vulnerabilities and insecurities. The moon does later make a conjunction to Chiron, which is what I warned of in my little warm-up moon phase. So, you know, be aware that if you're opening up to others, or opening up on social media, or being, in these open threads and curiosities, if you're open about something and talking about something and connecting in some way, it could bring up, something that feels deeply vulnerable, something you feel quite insecure about. Remember, this will pass. Whatever gets stirred up in you isn't your abiding kind of state. The moon is going to keep moving, and the moon will move on Thursday. So if you do feel a bit triggered, try and detail it out. Given that the moon has trined Mercury on that day, I would say your ability to access the right words will be there. You will be able to write this out and understand your mind flow. I do think, like Uranus, which we are coming into this big full moon in Uranus. Uranus is about consciousness as well as shocks. And I think the change in consciousness, or the change of our collective consciousness, or a massive collective shock, can also change our consciousness. So, if we are looking at things from a mental perspective, and the mental games we're playing, the mental thought patterns we're going through, if we can identify these things, you'll be much better off than people who aren't able to know what's going on in these slightly stirring and shocking times. So Thursday the 14th, then the moon makes a square to Pluto, and it feels like there's some resistance. It also goes into Taurus, and the sign of Taurus, no disrespect to any Taurians out there, they are known for being fixed and rigid. So we've got this kind of sense of resistance and also rigidity and inflexibility is what I would say. The moon is then making a square to Mars, and of course it will, because Pluto and Mars are in opposition. So again, the feeling of kind of it's like a ripping apart, like there's this, almost like there are two sides to how you feel right now. There is a side to you that and this is going on collectively for all of us. I really do see these are war-like energies. With the Mars energy is about feeling the sense of personal power, of sovereignty, of taking action and defending oneself. The Pluto energy in opposition is the lengths we will go to have power over others. And so, these are two powerful energies. They're both rulers of Scorpio. So there's a very strong Scorpio theme. And of course, we're in Scorpio season right now. And this is the first moon that is making a square to Pluto and a square to Mars in their opposition. This is quite inflaming, intransitory. It is strong, and it's a really strong energy to occur right before the full moon. So I think tensions are starting to build around the 14th in the lead up to the full moon. And so anyone or any organization or any country that will go to strong lengths to have their own way, even if it means deception, deceit, overuse of power, that will go on, and it will create an equal and opposite sense of pushback from people that want sovereignty, want freedom, want to make their own decisions, take their own actions. And so you might see these archetypes playing off in yourself, so there might be this desire to just like ignore what's going on in the world and just do your own thing, whilst also you're experiencing a sense of power that's coming over you. Like, is there, I don't know, are you aware of something going on outside of yourself that is overpowering, that is trying to stop you from making your own decisions? Or have you got a side of you that is saying, I do want to do it this way, but I actually want the power of it. I want to be right in this, because we all make mistakes. Every one of us makes mistakes. We're all human. And there will have been times when we have gone to the dark side and been willful. So just watch that. If you notice that comes up in you, where you get this thought of how far will I go to get my own way, that's Pluto talking. And I absolutely, recommend that you talk yourself out of the Pluto voice right now, because it's really not helpful. Pluto will do anything. He won't care what he does to get his own way. Whereas if you're following your Mars, you are minding your own business, you're getting on with your own life, you're making your own life better. And I think if a lot of us make our own lives better, most likely, our local communities will start to resonate with that feeling. I think we're all like human tuning forks. We are energetic beings. This is just my opinion. I think we are all energetic beings, and we have a resonance. If we're resonating with, I'll do whatever it takes to have my own way, that will resonate out in your communities, and that will create more mistrust and darkness. It's not going to create a deeply transforming and healing event. It's going to bring us to our knees. Whereas if you're vibrating out with the energy of I'm confident, I know who I am, I can take action, I don't need to ask permission to take action, I know myself, I know I'm sovereign, and I'm going to take action, then other people, I think, will start to do something rather than feel like victims, because I think it's the victim mentality that actually brings up the Pluto energy. And if you've got people around you that with, the moon and Pluto in a difficult relationship, you will know that energy, where victimhood can get turned around into manipulation. This is really strong. And, we can all do it. We all learn it as a child. We all learn to use, to get power through recognizing where we're a victim. And so I really do see that the Pluto and Mars opposition is going to bring up so much stuff, and it's just going to kind of dump it into our planetary picture just in time for this full moon. Where am I? So leading up to the full moon, also Venus comes into the square with the South Node and the North Node. And with these, it's the squares to the nodes are known as skipped steps. I'm not going to go into it, so much in this video. I'll do a separate video about them at some point. But the planet that's sort of connected via a square, to the South Node and the North Node, I think right now is reminding us that there's something that we haven't done, but that we need to do to be able to progress. And so there is something to do about love, So, what I would ask is, where have you not been loving recently? And from your current viewpoint and your current situation, where can you see that being unloving, not being love, not being available to love, not opening to love, not loving people, even if they're quite different or, have a different viewpoint to you, anywhere where you're not being love in the past has led to where you are right now? And, how can you come back into love? Now, this might seem like an impossible task because, like I said at the start, the American elections last week and all the other stuff that's going on in the world right now, I think people have felt like they've been pulled into polarities and polarity thinking. And, I see that the media has totally whipped it up. So that if you don't agree with me, you're my enemy, rather than you're just another human being having a life, having your own opinion based on what you think is right for you, without judging them. There's a lot of judgments out there right now. And so anywhere where judgments have stopped you from being loving to your neighbors, even if you can't understand them, that's adding to the problem right now. I heard something just a couple of days ago, and I'm probably going to quote it terribly, but it was obviously something to do with the election. But it was, if you want to support America, you have to love everyone. You can't just love some Americans, and you can't, hate on the others. If you are wanting to do the best for America, you have to love everyone, because everyone is part of it. And I would expand that to the world. I'm not American. I'm a European, but I actually see that I'm a human. You know, we are all humans here. And when we are loving to some people and very hateful to other people and deeply judging them, that is adding to a really unhelpful picture. It's okay to recognize, you know, that people might have made different decisions and that they might have impacted us. And it, you know, I understand it's difficult to be loving. I'm not saying you have to necessarily help people who have deliberately hurt you and made life difficult for you, like in a real personal way. However, how can we start to reconnect to everything? Because anywhere where we are loving sometimes and then hateful other times, or unloving, might be a useful way of saying it rather than hateful. Sorry, my apologies. Anywhere where we're being loving and also unloving, it's pulling us apart. You know, anywhere where we've got these oppositions, these opposite thoughts playing out in different ways, it creates a schism in our psyche. And the sooner we can integrate everything and bring it, maybe not together, but just bring it a bit closer. You might not understand people that have different views to you, but you can maybe respect that they're a human and they have their free point of view. And that might just bring it closer. And then maybe a couple of days later, you might, realize that when you allow other people to have their viewpoint, you can have your own viewpoint. You know, it's like mutual respect. Everything can be brought back together and to work together. Togetherness, I think, is the real key of this Venus in the square to the nodes. I did mention a few moments ago that Venus in squares, I sometimes feel can be a bit jealous or suspicious or a bit possessive. And so, you know, Venus is not in her best mind frame, you know, in between the south node and the north node, really showing that it's our kind of jealousy of somebody else's freedom, or our jealousy of somebody's desire to live their life their own way. You know, it's uncomfortable, you know. So wherever you are not being loved, see how you can bring love back in. And I also think that we have to start with ourselves, you know. So if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling grief, allow yourself to grieve, give yourself time, you know, be kind to yourself, because that's really, really important. And kindness has to underpin everything. And of course, this is all coming into sharp view and focus around the time of the full moon, which is also conjunct Uranus. So these are big emotions, and they can blow up really, really quickly. Speaking of, you know, Uranus and the full moon, I think, is shocking, and I think things come out. You know, the full moon, it's the moon in opposition to the sun. If you think that the sun is your personality, your conscious awareness, the moon is your unconscious awareness. So there is something shocking going on with your unconscious awareness, something that you've been holding or possibly not being fully aware is coming into your awareness. So this is a time of revelations, for sure. And I realize I've just spelt that wrong. Oh, well. Saturday the 16th then, the sextile to Neptune is kind of a bit dreamy. The trine to Pluto is making us think really big. And then the moon goes into Gemini, which is increasing a sense of communication and possibly a lot of communication online. This desire to connect. It's interesting that we're talking about, I'm talking about these connections, you know, with the moon in Gemini, because I do think, and I think I said this in my equinox forecast recently, that this full moon in a conjunction with Uranus, I also think it could be a time when the internet goes, like where we get disconnected, at a time when there's almost like a massive information dump, that all of a sudden everything goes down. You know, because Uranus can start things, it can stop things very, very suddenly. And given that Uranus is also, I would say, the natural ruler of the internet, it's like, you know, you can't see the internet, can you? You know it's there, but you can't physically touch the internet. And Uranus is like consciousness. It is the etheric consciousness. We all know it's there. We can all tap into it. We can turn it on. We can turn it off. So I do wonder if there's a huge amount of shocking information that is about to come to us around Thursday the 14th to Sunday the 17th, and then things get shut down, I really don't know. But there is a lot. And you might want to ask yourself, how do I manage too much information that might shock me? Do I then shut myself down? Because I really, again, think as above, so below. So Saturday the 16th, to me, it feels like there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of news stuff going on. And with the sextile to Mars, the sextile to the North Node, and also Saturn going direct, things are starting to move again. So I do see that there's momentum. And my only fear, I think, is that the fact that I get the sense that things could all of a sudden collapse, almost like it's an attack on people being able to stay in communication. I don't know about you, but if you've got a lot of your work online, and you know what I think would be quite prudent this week is to do a bit of an audit and say, okay, if everything went offline suddenly, what would I need? Never has there been a better time than to grab an external hard drive or save things somewhere. Now, also with the the full moon in a conjunction with Uranus, opposite a very sort of plutonic, given that the sun is in the sign of Scorpio, we might be looking at a sudden change in power, like a sudden electrical surge or a sudden surge on our power systems to take out the power that we need to be able to run our lives. So I know there's lots of people that talk about EMPs and things like that, or big power cuts. But again, I just think do what you can do to feel like you've got a record of things. Like right now, I'm going through a process of writing down, actually in a book. So I've got a hard copy of email addresses of people that I'm in touch with through my work and people that I want to be in touch with. But, if you're worried about communications going down, or if you're worried about losing things, this week in particular, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday could be quite a good time if you just put aside an hour a day. I really think the more you get things set up for yourself, the better off you'll feel. And that will always make the difference, because you'll always have that information. Because again, yes, we've got the full moon, in a conjunction with Uranus, but there will be other times. We are coming into a very transforming and unusual year ahead. So I think this kind of steps you might take could be quite useful. But I'm not trying to scare you. So I'm trying to think how is the best way to communicate that without like freaking you out. Sunday the 17th then, this is where we get the second part of this full moon. It's not like the second part of the full moon, but to me, the full moon is a two-part event. So we've got the moon in a conjunction with Uranus on Friday the 15th, and then on Sunday the 17th, the sun is in opposition to Uranus. The sun is you and your expression, and the expression of the people. And Uranus is a big shock. So I think there's a lot of shock information. On that day, the moon is in a square to Saturn. It's in a conjunction to Jupiter. So things are likely to explode and be quite like to grow rapidly. Like any news or information that comes out, it's like, the moon is in opposition to Mercury as well, which sends this kind of emotional pulse to communicate rapidly, even though it might feel like the communication between our heart and actually being able to communicate maybe feels a bit cut off. Mars also goes into a trine with the North Node. That's an exact trine. So that's our feeling of I must get back on track and clear my space and get moving. So I think this is a really big day. Which day is the biggest? Crikey. I would say Friday the 15th and Sunday the 17th are the two biggest days. But boy, oh boy, this is quite a big week. So I've put here shock information, anger, explosive communications. So yeah, what I want to do now is just have a quick look at the picture a bit more. So the 15th to 17th. So we can see this in the chart, and I'll obviously be talking about this on a star sign to star sign basis very, very shortly. But yeah, the moon is up here. The sun's down here in Scorpio. Now they are supported by Pluto, which is about to go into Aquarius next week. So whatever is shocking right now is transforming, because Pluto is a transformer, and Pluto is the planet of birth, life and death. It's like the death and resurrection cycle. So to me it feels like there are these very strong, a bit like the death card in tarot. I really think that we are at the end of a period and the start of something brand new. And of course, lots of people experience pain when they think they're about to lose something or that something is about to change. So if I was in your shoes right now, I think the more you can stay open to possibilities and recognize that change is clumsy, it's never very easy, but the more open we are and the more curious we are as to how it could get better for us, the easier these change processes tend to go. The next thing that I recognize is the more you're sticking to your identity, the harder it's going to be, because the sun is involved and the moon is involved, which is absolutely about our emotional attachments to our identity and our very strong sense like, this is who I am, and Uranus is going to shock that to the core, and Pluto is there to transform it. We are meant to be transforming our identities and who we think we are. Something big is coming to shift us, or to allow us to take, to be in our process of shift. I would say if I was in your shoes, and of course I am, because this is happening across the board, I think the more we can almost lead ourselves into the transformation rather than wait for something to shock you awake, the easier it is. So for instance, during this whole week, this is something that I'm finding I'm going through right now, but I'm asking myself big questions like, how can I experience more right now? How can I, what transformation would be the easiest for me right now? What might be graceful and in alignment with my life purpose? The more you're asking those questions, the more you're priming your unconscious mind to find possibilities and to have a listening for those possibilities. So yes, if the world is in a bit of turmoil for a while and there are some shocking bits of information, your unconscious mind is less likely to go to the shock and more likely to say, oh, there's a shocking event. However, you are open to this possibility, and this might be just what the world needs right now. So you might be opening yourself up to the possibility of solving something that's going on in your community. So there are so many possibilities. And I think the more you lead yourself into the change rather than be like a sitting duck that kind of gets knocked over by this sudden kind of change of energy. I think it's important that we lead ourselves. So yeah, on the 15th, the moon, the full moon occurs. And then later on that day, the moon goes exact into a conjunction with Uranus, within an hour or two. It happens very, very quickly. And then on the 17th, the sun goes exact into an opposition with Uranus. And then, of course, on the 19th, a couple of days later, Pluto finally is in Aquarius. On the 21st, the sun goes into the sign of Sagittarius, and we get our first sun sextile Pluto of this new Pluto energy. It's interesting that the sun is going to be one of the first planets to make a connection with Pluto after Pluto moves. To me, this is an indication that the transformation is at a personal level. So this is big. Some of my keywords I've said here: energy of waking up suddenly. Our identities are threatened by new information. Raw, ripping sore. Sorry, it sounds gross. Secrets revealed. Yeah, that's something I didn't mention. The sun in the sign of of Scorpio. Scorpios are known for being very secretive and for having lots of depths, and the sign of Pluto, which is obviously, active. It's very active in the whole story of Scorpio, is about hiding things in the depths and what lies underneath the earth. And it's almost grimy or dirty or wrong. Pluto's often associated with evil and what happens with power. So, this thirst for freedom that we're all going through right now could unearth some really horrible truths or realities that none of us want to hear. I really think there could be some very shocking secrets revealed that wake us up suddenly and also give us a thirst for freedom. So yeah, really big stuff. Now, just over the next few slides, I just want to show you, out of interest, how this full moon is looking on Donald Trump's chart and JD Vance's chart. Earlier this year, I think I mentioned in a side video that Donald and JD Vance have very aligned charts. They are, when I looked at their charts and looked at the charts of Kamala and Tim, I could see that, Trump Vance is a stronger team than Kamala and Tim, because they are, it's almost like they're working on an apprenticeship. That there is something that's going to be handed over, whereas the sort of Kamala and Tim, to me, seemed a little bit into their own things, and they kind of met in the middle a little bit. When you see the similarities here, I think you'll see, wow, their charts are absolutely on a similar mission. And you notice that where you see relationships, when you look at married partners, that they might have shared angles, and that's what Donald and Vance have. So here is President-elect Donald DJT's chart. So the full moon is right on his midheaven, exactly on his midheaven, and the sun is exactly on the IC, the part of his home, which is also his safety, his anchor. So whatever is going on in terms of shocks and the world, to me, it feels like this is absolutely resonating with his chart. Now, back on the, was it the 13th of July this year, when there was the assassination attempt, that was when Mars and Uranus were right on his midheaven. Now, Uranus can show shocks. I also noticed, and this is something that JD and Donald have in common, is that they have Mars on one of their angles. So Trump's got Mars on his ascendant, and Vance has got Mars, I'll just show you now, on his IC, on the angle to do with his home. So they've both got a Mars angle, and their angles are very, very square. So this full moon with Uranus on Trump's midheaven is also exactly in a square with his Mars on his ascendant. So to me, there is something very big happening. Now, is that something big that could hurt him? Given that, the last time, Mars and Uranus on here were exact on the day of the assassination attempt, the first assassination attempt. I don't know. Thankfully, Mars has moved away somewhat. Something else that's also very strong in his chart, and this is why, I didn't do a prediction video as to who I thought was going to win, but this is a very, very strong chart of massive changes and showing a massive leap up or a leap forwards. Jupiter in Trump's chart is on his sun, is on his his Uranus, and also on his North Node. There is a rising up, a very sudden rising up. And this is in his 10th house, to do with his status. Now, conversely, this is the other thing. Trump is born at the time of a full moon. So he knows the full moon energies. That's why So many people have very strong reactions to him. They love him or hate him, a bit like Marmite, which is quite a full moony kind of thing, and it shows a high level of emotions and a high emotional set point, like not necessarily being flatlined in equilibrium. There's this ups and downs, in the emotional journey. And so on this particular full moon day, Mercury is very, very close to his south node and moon. He's also born on an eclipse because, where we have a full moon or a new moon in a conjunction with the nodes, that's an eclipse. So like Trump's chart is very, very strong and very, very individual. And right now, and in particular on the day of the full moon, there's something very, very strong happening in his chart. And I daren't talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. This could be that he's about to release information, or that there's a lot of information and stuff going on with him. Like there's a lot of news going on with him. This is very, very big. There's loads of different things happening. I also noticed the south node is right over his natal Neptune as well. Possibly talking about, like, I always think Neptune can show us, where we might be unboundaried and unguarded. And the south node obviously can show situations from the past. So this could be something to do with past situations coming up and almost blindsiding him. Now, if I go to Vance's chart, you'll also see the full moon right over his midheaven and the sun right on his IC, and it's right on his natal Mars. So whatever is going on with Trump is also happening with Vance. So there's, it could be that they're involved in something very, very big that could catapult their careers even further, or that there is a very shocking challenge to their power. But to me, there is something going on. And, like I said right at the start, it feels like there's this anticipatory uncertainty going on between the time of the election and the inauguration. And quickly, I'll just show you, I'll show you the chart of Israel, which I'm only just putting this in because my husband said, "Hey, Steve Judd was talking about this," and he's right. The sun here in the 8th house of the Israel chart is at 23 degrees in the sign of Taurus. The full moon is at 24 degrees, so it's literally just there. And then the Mars of Israel, which is in a square to this, is at 28 degrees by the looks of it, and Saturn at 16 to 17 degrees. So both Saturn and Mars are in a square to the sun. So this full moon is likely to have a big impact on Israel too. So lots going on. Now, I will start the forecast soon, but I just want to, given that there's such a strong energy, to me it feels wrong to not consider what the Sabian symbols might be saying. If you don't know what a Sabian symbol is, I really urge you to have a look at this wonderful website called www.sabiansymbols.com. Essentially, there are 360 meanings. There, in the same way we've got 360 degrees in a circle. If I just go back, for instance, every one of these degrees, say your ascendant is at 23 degrees in the sign of Libra, there is a Sabian symbol that is associated with 23 right the way up to 2359 in the sign of Libra. There is a meaning for it that has been channeled. And every single degree has a different meaning that has been channeled. And there are several versions of the Sabian symbols. I've had a couple of shows with Linda Hill, and this is her website based on her channeled and updated versions of the Sabian symbols. And I think they're really, really beautiful. And her website will allow you to go in and find the symbols. I will just say 24 degrees in the sign of Taurus gets rounded up. Every degree always gets rounded up to the next degree. So we would be looking at 25 Taurus. So the full moon in Taurus is interesting. It's talking, or I'll read it out. This symbol shows that there's lots of room to move in this situation, and many things are in the rightful place. You are part of something important, but you're only a small part of something much larger. As everyone works together, you'll be able to create a useful and lasting result that will eventually benefit the whole community. The question is, are you in a balanced state of work and play? Although there's probably a lot of work that needs to be done, fun needs to be given its priorities as much as work and duty. Paying attention to appearances, people living in peace, people taking to the streets, gardens and gardening, work of few for the pleasure of many, the need for maintenance. And where it gets out of control and gets a little bit too much, then we've got a sort of a different look at it, which is like difficulty finding privacy, people continually coming by, having a lot to look after, littering and graffiti, people trashing the property of others. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if a riot or two spring up around that time, and that we see you know, a trashing of property, in particular trashing the property of people that you feel different to. I do see that as like social disobedience, sort of trying to bring the collective down, you know, because there are different ways of having your voice heard, you know, and this is really saying the best way to be heard and be part of something is to play your small part, but to work together rather than to work to denigrate something or destroy something. Much better to work legally and in collaboration together. So that's where the full moon is. And the sun at the time of this full moon is saying this symbol shows being able to see into areas or realms that others generally don't take any notice of. So I was talking about digging into the depths and possibly having things revealed to us. You may find yourself looking for a deeper understanding of situations, and you need to peel away the layers in order to get to the truth of the matter. You may need to employ both the emotions and the intellect. Ask yourself, what do you want to find? And what is being done to reveal the structure or the nitty-gritty of situations? Looking inside for clues, being able to see through the layers into reality helps you to be able to make a diagnosis. Dia, which means by, and gnosis, which means knowledge, diagnosis. Penetrating insight, having the eyes and intuitions to see, evaluations, photographs, radiation, that doesn't bode well, X-ray vision, connecting the dots, finding causes, insight and revelations. So, you know, it could be that we are about to have a lot of new information coming from the depths and suddenly being able to see it. And then we have the interesting scenario of how do we move on from this? You know, do we work together to come to make sense of the information that is revealed? Or are we going to go crazy and hit the streets and start destroying things? You know, to me, that those are the two energies of the Sabian symbols for the sun and the moon at the time of the full moon. But I also wanted to just pay attention to the sun at 25 degrees, which in Sabian symbols is 26 degrees, because that is when the sun is in exact opposition to Uranus. And this is, the symbol implies being able to or having to be in a new territory. Once the new place has been found, there is a need to acclimatize, quickly adjust and settle in. This new territory can be in a physical, emotional, spiritual framework, whichever you need to feel at home in an inner and outer sense. You may have a feeling of a creeping sense of unease if you find it hard to relax in the new environment, or that the rug may be pulled from under your feet. I think that's what I'm talking about. It feels like nobody has that sense of certainty. And so what this is talking about on Sunday the 17th is that the sooner you can find a sense of settling and calming and feel at home, the sooner you can feel that, the better off you'll be. And you might need to prioritize that to be able to function. So you may also be somebody who moves often in life, sometimes before you are able to get a sense of belonging or having friends. However, there is likely to be a pioneering or venturing spirit. So it's settling in, concerns with territory, immigration. Again, this is pretty big. Immigration, tents, shelter, cohabitation, camp, squatters, respecting boundaries, reservations, migration. They are very current, very sort of current themes right now. So again, if you're living near the border, I don't think around that time I would want to be around somewhere where there all of these words and things are. I would want to be way away from that area at that time. It also says moving into or invading people's territory, putting up with things when one should move, barging in, having to compromise living space, arriving unannounced. So I wonder if there's going to be something really big going on around the border. Excuse me. That's quite a strong message. But, if you're in the process of moving, or if you've had to shift in the way you're seeing things right now, this is still an important message. How can you settle in your new place? How can you make sense of it? The final thing is, I just want to see what Uranus is indicating in terms of the Sabian symbol. And actually, this is about using your voice. So I'll read it out. Being able to use one's voice, words, songs, poetry, and culture to sway the minds and hearts of others. One can sway others to achieve a desired result. There is no guarantee of total success, but you must act if you want any chance of succeeding, and you need to put your heart and soul into the performance. The worst that could be damaged is a little ego. So think positively and play your role with enthusiasm and passion. Music can lift the spirits, and words of poetry and love can be healing. Shared feelings, love or passion may result. Being in tune with another, soulmates, passing fancies, having your voice heard, knowing how to deliver a message in order to influence others to make decisions. So, the Uranian full moon side is really talking about working together and using your voice, and not going into the destruction, but it's working together. And then the sun is in this is looking at the coming into a deeper knowledge, the revelations, the penetrating insights, and with an eye to things going on in terms of our territories and where we put our boundaries and borders. And so, what I really see is there's something massive going on, and these fit into the charts of Trump and Vance, and also Israel, and obviously have things to do with borders, territory, and deep penetrating insights. So this is a very, very strong time, suffice to say. Before I go on to the individual forecast, I just want to put a massive shout out to everyone that supports this channel with your time, your treasure, your talent. And these guys here, bless you all. You've made donations, bought me a coffee, or, subscribed to support me on a monthly basis. I really, really appreciate you. You make this happen. So thank you very much. And if you wanted to, there are details in the description box below as to how you can reach and support me. So this is what I'm going to be looking at with each forecast. I'm going to be looking at Venus going into Capricorn, the Mercury square to Saturn, Venus in a square to the two nodes, the South Node and the North Node, and finally the full moon and the Sun and Uranus. So, the moon and Uranus are here and the Sun is there. So join me in this next part, and let's take this to an even deeper and more personalized level. Thanks for watching so far. Hey there, Aries. So this is the week ahead forecast for Monday, the 11th of November, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. There's quite a few things I want to cover in this forecast. One thing I would say is if you want more of a day-to-day breakdown, go to the beginning of this video and click on day-to-day forecast, where I talk through all of each day ahead, and the kinds of activities that you might be concerning yourself in. As we begin this week ahead, we are in a waxing gibbous moon phase, which will go to a full moon phase. We'll have the full moon on the 15th at 24 degrees in the sign of Taurus down here in your chart. And then thereafter, we'll go into a waning gibbous phase. You know, to me, as I look ahead at this week ahead for you, from Monday right the way through to Thursday, there is this energy of everything getting more and more, getting bigger and bigger, and stress levels, I think, increasing, in particular from Wednesday right the way through to Thursday and Friday. Sorry, it's Friday, the full moon. The full moon is on Friday. So Thursday and Friday in particular are really, really big days where the emotion just seems to be really quite strong. And then after the weekend, it starts to dissipate. But I would say between the 15th and 17th, that's Friday to Sunday, there are a lot of very, very big aspects. And that's what I want to talk about. Within this forecast, I'm going to talk about the energies of Venus going into Capricorn and how that might change things, in particular because on the 15th, on the day of the actual full moon, the Venus is in a square to the south node and also the north node. They're in a T square. And you know, I really think that there is an aspect of where we've been unloving, most likely to ourselves, but also to life in general. And so I want to talk about how love can come back in as a theme to manage your life with. That seems really, really important. Like, where is love showing up? How can you be more loving to yourself and to other people? And which ways will help you move forwards and which will kind of send you backwards. I also want to talk about Mercury in a square to Saturn. That's exact on the 12th, but it's really happening all week. And what that means to us in terms of how we're managing not our emotions, but our minds. So we're looking at our emotions with Venus and the full moon. We're looking at our minds with Mercury. And then we have literally got the, you know, Friday right the way through to Sunday, Friday the 15th, Sunday the 17th. We have got a full moon. So the moon and Uranus are here. The sun is here. And they are creating a very, very strong impact. So let's work our way up for that. First of all, I would say that the overall theme for the week ahead is one of a thirst for freedom, you know, and how can we feel free? How can we feel calm in ourselves, even though there are lots of shocks going on? You know, Uranus here is actually in an opposition to the sun all week. And so as the sun moves closer and closer to the exact moment of opposition, which takes place on the 17th, we are living our lives with this sense that something is about to drop, this sensation that something is coming in and it's likely to be really stirring us. Now, around the 15th, you know, like the moon starts here at the beginning of the week, and by Friday the 15th, it's right here in a conjunction with Uranus. So as the moon is coming in here, that feeling of I need freedom, I need to know, there is something in my unconscious mind, it needs to come out. You know, the sun and the moon in their opposing positions as they're moving through the signs of Taurus and also Scorpio, they are bringing us to this moment of where things are about to get very busy, very shocking, and very revelatory. You know, there are things that are coming out that could be quite disturbing. Now, for you and where this is happening in your life, I would say the Scorpio side, you know, where the sun is in Scorpio, it's been going through the 8th house, this part of your chart. And the 8th house is absolutely related to your shared assets, and in particular, the shared goals and expectations that you have with the people around you. Now, those shared goals could also be shared values, you know, so you might be living under the values of people around you and their expectations. So there might be people that have expectations on you that really don't have anything to do with your reality. You know, you might have a partner that is quite hard on you, or you might be very, very hard on yourself based on what you think your partner or your mom and your dad or, you know, your ex or whatever, or your boss have on you. So to me, a lot of this that you've kind of imprisoned yourself with, because the sun in the sign of Scorpio, you know, Scorpio is such a a fixed sign. It's fixed emotions, and it can get quite murky. It can get very contained and rigid in its thinking. So right now, the sun, which is showing, how you are, like how your personality is emerging currently, it's in a bit of a stasis. It's in a bit of a stuck position, and it's stuck very much on how people are perceiving you and how you perceive yourself based on their expectations. Now, it also shows possibly being a bit stuck and fixed in your thinking in terms of shared assets. Now, the 8th house shows not only the things that you own with other people, but also the money that comes into you from other people, maybe money that you owe to other people. So it could be your taxes, it could be your employer, it could be the bank that's loaned you something, or your mortgage. So to me, there is a fixed identity that you've created about yourself that in this week ahead is likely to get distorted, feel changed, and something personal is coming in about it, because here Uranus, going through this part of your chart, as it has been for many years now, has been really trying to get you to surprise yourself and find independence in the way that you think about yourself, but also greater independence in the way you earn money and in the way you are resourced. And as the moon comes in here, the need for a feeling of freedom around your finances so that you don't have to manage them with other people feels very strong. And so, for instance, if you're on benefits, or if, your partner is kind of paying for your life, or if your parents are, or if you feel there are expectations based on what other people are putting on you. So like, I'll give you money, but you have to spend it in a particular way. All of that stuff is really deeply unhelpful. And it also has a really sort of negative, net result or output in how you feel about yourself. It's hard to feel confident and full of self-esteem when it feels like your life is being controlled externally, like other people have a say as to how you're ruling your life. Now, of course, you're an Aries. Whether you've got your sun, your moon, or your ascendant in the sign of Aries, that gives you a certain amount of strength and a resistance to take on other people's BS, to take on their expectations. But in this week ahead in particular, there is a very strong dynamic of it. So the first thing I would say in terms of working through this week is anything you can do to free your mind up about how you fit in with other people and money and shared resources. So for instance, if you're having to work with your family in terms of like assets that you share with siblings, or in terms of inheritance or something like that, how can you feel free of the situation? And part of that might be, how could I live with the feeling that it doesn't matter what they do, and again, that would put quite a lot of pressure on you here. So you might be looking at this week ahead from, how can I create a super abundance or a super sense of self, so that no matter what these other people are doing in my life, and no matter how much responsibility they're trying to kind of rule me by, how can I maintain my authenticity, my feeling of sovereignty? How can I feel strong in myself? So that, to me, is a huge question. It is a thirst, not just a thirst for freedom, but a thirst for independence. So you may well find, as the full moon progresses, is that you're getting maybe into a bit of a lather, like getting into a bit of a fuss, getting your knickers in a twist a little bit. But you might be thinking, I need my freedom right now. I need to be in charge of my life. I don't want other jokers having an influence. And so you might be thinking in terms of separation, or like, how can you separate those links between people? Now, I would urge you not to do that necessarily, unless this has been an ongoing situation for a long time. I mean, whilst I do think it's important that you take full responsibility for yourself, and you allow yourself to use the ingenuity of Uranus to really take your earnings and your feelings about yourself, up the scale quite considerably. And I really do see that as a possibility. There is something that's very rash going on right now that is almost making relationships feel a little bit throw away. And you may come to regret that eventually. So I would urge you to try and maintain the relationships, but just work out where your boundaries are and how you're going to manage your boundaries, so that you don't do anything that you might later regret. Because whatever is being shown up here, in terms of how you think other people are expecting you to behave, unless you actually ask them, is this how you want me to behave? Or is this really what you mean by this? It feels like you're trying to make me guilty right now. Is that actually true? Unless you get really, really clear about it, it's all in the head, and that's another thing about this part of the chart. It's full of secrets. And so you might have secrets that you have about other people and their motives towards you. So I do think it's important to not run on assumptions in this week ahead, because they could get really, really messy. And at the time of the full moon, they could really expand in quite an unhelpful way. And then between the full moon and Sunday, the 17th, when the Sun and Uranus go into exact opposition, I would say that the need to get yourself out of the box of how you've been thinking, in particular in terms of suspicions, in terms of doubting other people's sincerity. It's almost like a pathological mistrust. Anything that you can do to get yourself out of that place of mistrust is essential. And anywhere where you're really strong ideas and identity about who you are and what that means, I think could be counterintuitive in terms of your relationship. So just really watch that your reluctance to release your identity ideas. Because if you build up some ideas about yourself and you say, I am this, I am this, I am this, and you are this, you are this, you are this, you're only ever going to see everything through those lenses. And right now, those lenses aren't helpful. They are stopping you from seeing a much bigger spectrum of information. So, relax your focus, relax your gaze. And this is also important. The Venus square nodes, it's happening all week, but it's exact on the 15th, 16th. So, in this week ahead, Venus is going into Capricorn after being in Sagittarius. And so I think it's time to take stock of your relationships. And yes, it's okay to be serious about them and to hold people accountable and to hold yourself accountable. You're coming into a time of a higher level of discernment. And so you are expecting different behaviors from yourself and also the other people around you. Now, I think you're currently more comfortable in pursuing the relationships and, what you need to do in terms of your career. That's where Venus's current energy is best suited in terms of how can I turn my life around? I would say using discernment, being practical, being cool-headed and calm is really, really helpful and will assist you in earning more money. Whereas if you're being that with the people in your life that you're sharing your life with, if you're cool and calm and practical and slightly on the cold side, that may well actually be counterintuitive for your relationships. But actually right now it's quite helpful in terms of your career. It's helpful to have a steady head and to see things calmly and without irrationality. Venus in Capricorn has decorum. It's classy. It is gracious. It's not over the top and it's not flimsy. What you say matters and what you say is real, and how you share and open up within your career and within your outer world is really, really important. So I think this is a time of making greater relationships in terms of your work. Now, with Venus in this T-square here with the South Node and also the North Node, to me, there is an indication that there's something out of kilter in terms of how you're doing love right now and how you're doing affections and flow. And so, with the South Node in Libra, that's really showing what you've been doing in the past. Here we are right now, and here is where your energy is meant to correct itself and get it right. So what I also think is happening is there is this realization that, and this is unusual for Aries, because obviously Aries are very sort of individual and independent and definitely don't want to kowtow to other people. But really this is showing that there has been a problem in the past where you've been trying to universally love everybody, and find the good in everybody, and yet it hasn't really sat well. So like universally applying affection or universally treating people, whilst it all sounds hopeful and it sounds like exactly what we really need, it's not necessarily based on any truth. It's not based on actual preference. So, you're maybe you've maybe had a blanket rule of how you've been treating everyone. So, for instance, you may well have said, like, we're all human, we all need to do this, and for that reason, I'm going to treat everybody equally, and really go to town on that. And whilst that sounds really great, and I think we all should absolutely try and work with everybody, because it was almost like a blanket rule and something that you put in place. It wasn't coming from your real authenticity. It wasn't coming from real trusted experience. And so where Venus is now, I think, is allowing you to see how you can appreciate each other for their true gifts. So you're not doing it because there's a blanket rule, but you're doing it from a place of discernment. So you might be saying, you know what, I recognize that this person has got a different way of being towards me, and a different way of thinking. Now, obviously, I feel very differently. However, I appreciate their right to be themselves. So you're kind of working through it all, and you might recognize that there's somebody who feels very similar to you, has similar views, and there's a lot of natural give and take and flow. And you might recognize, I really like this person, I really get on with them. And so rather than applying your blanket statement, which might be to keep everybody very equal, you might realize that people that you naturally get on with, you naturally do want to work more with. So I guess what I'm saying is, Venus in the T-square to the nodes is getting you to get real about your relationships, more real than you have been. And so anywhere where you've been forced or felt coerced to have a certain way of being in terms of your social interactions, the fact that it was a model, or the fact that it felt like you were installing it, meant that it wasn't very authentic. And so in this next half a week, say from the 13th or 14th right through to the 18th, what you might want to think about is, how do I really feel about this person? What does that mean? And how can I appreciate them anyway? So you're doing it from a position of choosing, rather than doing it from a position of feeling like you have to. Now, where this is going to lead, I think, is into a greater place of love, a greater place of being loving, because you're having real connections with people, and you're really considering everybody's separate needs, including your own. Because once you allow other people to be themselves and can appreciate them, there is this almost unwritten rule that you can also be appreciated and loved for being yourself. So I think this does absolutely bring the message of discernment and love and flow back into your own body. And so, one of the great offshoots of this week ahead, taking you from the 11th to the 17th, is the potential that you come into a deeper appreciation for yourself. And that, I think, is, the true understanding of this week. This full moon is going to be rocking people, and to be able to experience the great changes going on right now, whilst you also love yourself and are coming into greater love and understanding for yourself, then I think things will be much, much better. Last thing then, on the 17th, on this very, very strong day, your ruling planet Mars also goes into a trine with the North Node. This is also creating a sense of impetus and momentum. So even though it gets a bit chaotic towards the end of the week, if you can look at yourself with an appreciation for who you are, and then notice that you're feeling really quite motivated to move forwards, I actually think you're going to use what happens at the end of this week to move forwards with momentum, with speed, and with a feeling that this is the right decision. So I think you're going to start the week in a place of questioning, but by the end you come to a place of realization. So I see this as being quite a fundamental week for you, Aries. Yeah, so there you go. I hope that was helpful to you, Aries. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. All you have to do is invite me to work with you, and we take it from there. So anyway, have a great one, and hopefully catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Taurus. So this is your forecast taking you from Monday, the 11th of November, right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. Now, this is a big week ahead for you because there is a full moon in your sign. Now, I don't know if it's your sun sign that is making you watch this, your moon sign is in Taurus, or maybe your ascendant is in Taurus. But if any of those three are around sort of 18, 19 degrees in the sign of Taurus, right the way through to, say, 27, 28 degrees in Taurus. And this could be a very sort of high stakes week because the full moon that's taking place on the 15th is also in a conjunction with Uranus. Now, you've had Uranus going through this part of your chart for a really, really long time, and it's brought in an uncharacteristic energy about you. You know, it's brought in a sort of rebelliousness, an interest in different levels of consciousness. It's brought in a deep and restless like need for change. It's brought in some very, very different energies. And so this full moon, I think, is bringing things to a head and also encouraging you to recognize how you are changing. Now, as I go through this forecast, what I do want to say is if you're looking for a day-by-day forecast, please do check out the earlier session in this video called Day-to-Day Forecast, where I look at the activities you might choose to do on each day. I think that will be really quite helpful. But in this, I'm also not just going to be talking about the full moon, which is here, but I'm also going to be talking about the T-square between the North nodes and Venus and Capricorn, and also a little bit about Mercury and Saturn. And so actually I want to talk, I'll start this with Mercury and Saturn. You know, they are in a square all week, and Mercury obviously is about how you communicate. Saturn is very much about the rules and regulations, and also an energy of possibly aging, feeling mature, feeling tired, feeling sober, feeling serious. There is a seriousness to do with the way you're communicating, and a seriousness to do with how you're feeling right now. And, you know, for some people that might be turned into almost like a depressive moment. Now, I'm not saying you're getting depressed because this is going on for all of us. You know, Mercury is in a square to Saturn pretty much all week. You know, it's not so much depression unless that pre-exists for you, but it's more a comment that people are tired, people are calm. They're also in a sort of slight anticipatory mode and are wondering what's next, you know, and how do we move on to the next part in our lives. But there is a seriousness, a somber seriousness, which is kind of underpinning the week. Adding into that Venus has gone into Capricorn as well. That's really showing that we're quite somber and serious in terms of our relationships. We're using a lot more discernment. You know, we're not wanting to jump into each other's spaces and interact furiously. We're wanting to keep our distance a little bit and to do things in a slightly more formal way. And I think that's kind of helpful, actually, because it gives people space to get really clear about what's theirs, what's not theirs, and how they might want to move on in life. Now, Venus in a square to the nodes is the next thing that's really getting my attention, because, you know, Venus is your ruling planets. This makes this a lot more important. But with the South node and the North node, you know, I really feel that anywhere where in your working day, like in this sort of sixth house energy, you know, whereby you were trying to gloss over everything and see everything as even, see everything as balanced, you know, almost as if it was a strategy to manage your life and not let one thing take precedence over another. Anywhere where you've kind of blanket washed everything, you know, just like leveled everything out to try and keep things balanced, it hasn't really helped you. It in many respects, it stopped the flow. It stopped the flow of freedom, of possibility, of joy. You know, it's kind of shut down on possibilities because everything is equal. Everything is seen in the same light. It's all, you know, this is one factor, this is another factor, this is another factor, and all of them are kind of equally weighted. Well, that's not actually how your life is right now. And so, you know, Venus in Capricorn, but up here in this very sort of social and and place of freedom and opportunity and possibility, a place where you're doing some deep learning. I think the first thing that you'll need to do to be able to move forwards is to consider that not everything is equal in your life. You know, there are times and places where it's useful to de-escalate things and downgrade things and lift some things up. But actually, it is also very helpful to be able to differentiate between what is working and what's not. It's really helpful to have the review process. And if you've denied yourself the process to analyze what's working and what's not, because you're saying, oh, this is all kind of equally weighted, you've denied yourself some growth. And so in this week ahead, start recognizing the things that you love, the things that you like, and the things that make you feel more elevated, more advanced, and more expansive. Enjoy that, revel in that. And then the things that aren't appearing to help you, don't take them on just because you think they're good for you. It's a bit like going on a diet and only eating certain things because they're good for you, but not actually enjoying the process. You know, I think if you're not enjoying the process, there's something fundamentally flawed in your diet. You know, it won't work. You know, you have to feel that sense of joy and expansion in your actions, because where you're not doing that, it's like you're gaslighting yourself. You're persuading yourself to like something, even though it's going against your instincts. So my advice to you in this week ahead, Taurus, and I will come to the full moon in a minute, is get back into your instincts. You know, enliven yourself, recognize what lights you up, recognize what is not your preference, and don't force yourself to go to a preference that you think you should, rather than, you know, because you're worried about sort of excluding something out of your experience. You know, absolutely. And I'm not talking about people or, you know, like, you know, not being diverse or anything like that. I'm talking about recognizing what works for you and recognizing where you're lying to yourself, you know, and trying to make things work. The more you naturalize and get into your preference, the easier your life will be moving forwards. It will bring up a deeper sense of intuition. It will help you understand how your inner mind works. It will help you in terms of your hopes and fears, because you know, you'll get real information. So I think this is important. And I think it really helps your mental health when you are certain about some things, and when you've discerned what is not for you right now. And that's the distinction. You know, you might say, actually, I don't want this and I don't like this, but maybe what you could say is this isn't right for me right now. And I might review that in 6 months' time. You know, so you're still keeping all of your options open, but also focusing on the things that are currently bringing you joy. So I see that as being a really, really helpful mindset. And this leads in nicely to the full moon, the sun and Uranus. So the full moon is going to be here. As we start this week ahead, the tensions are growing with the waxing gibbous phase of the moon. And, you know, around the 14th in particular, it feels really quite strong, you know, especially as you know, the moon goes into the sign of Taurus. Your emotions are getting a lot stronger, and possibly there's a feeling of overwhelm leading up to the full moon. But you know, the moon is connecting, it is making an advance to Uranus. It's like our unconscious mind, our softness, our intuition. There is something that we sense isn't quite right, and we're coming into a moment where it's going to be shocked alive. And then right here, we've got the sun that's moving from here right the way through to here by the end of the week. You know, so it's advancing into this opposition with Uranus. Now, with this, you know, Uranus is here in your first house, really showing that change is important to you, and growth and evolution and the shifts are really, really important. But with the sun coming through here, it almost feels like you're boxing yourself up according to what your partner wants. You're trying to do your best by your partners, your family, and what they're expecting of you. And so as this week progresses, I feel that the more you're trying to stick to what other people like about you and not what you like about you, and the more that your unconscious mind and your emotional, your psyche is coming in and sensing something's not quite right, something's not quite right. And then between the 15th and 17th, it feels like, you know, all of a sudden everything gets real, and you can't hide from the sort of almost made up identity you've created for yourself that other people like and adore. There's this sense of truth, that the truth will set you free. And it's like, I'm waking up to myself. I'm waking up to my true personality. And so this is very, very strong. This full moon is likely to shake you quite considerably. It might make you worried that people won't like you as much because you're incorporating something about yourself that you've kept hidden. I also think there are things going on in the world, and I do talk about that in part 1. So if you are worried about that, I would listen in. But to me, what is going on, whatever is happening, if the news that is shocking you this week is coming from the outside world and not from you recognizing that you've been one thing to some people and really you're something else. To me, this whole period of time, everything that is shocking right now is because you've kept something from yourself. So anywhere where you've hidden the truth from yourself, but you've sensed that something's not quite right, this is the week that it's likely to blow up. So I guess my last comment to you is, from the start of this week, get as real as you can. If you know that there's something not quite right, investigate it, find out about it before it comes up and it overtakes you. You might choose to just say, okay, if there's one thing I know about that I'm not admitting to myself, I wonder what it is. Like, ask yourself some kind of trick questions, the thing I keep hidden about myself the most is, and keep saying these sentences to yourself and see what your unconscious mind puts in the blanks. So you might say, the thing I hide the most about myself in terms of who I am is, and hear or see or notice what comes up in your mind's eye. And get ready for it, because the more you get ready for it, the easier the full moon to Sunday the 17th is. This is a particularly shocking week, in terms of world events. And the more you can make yourself okay and resilient in yourself, the better off you'll be. So I think this could be very exciting. I think there's going to be some big revelations, and the revelations coming up are changing you in a big way. So if I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below, Taurus. So you can book a session with me, just invite me to work with you. But have a fantastic week ahead, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon for the big Pluto into Aquarius week ahead. So lots of love to you. Bye for now. Hey there, Gemini. Welcome to the week ahead forecast, taking you from Monday, the 11th of November to Sunday, the 17th of November. This is a particularly jarring week, I'll be honest. There's lots and lots going on. And, the most notable thing, I think, is around the 15th to the 17th, where we've got Venus in a square to the north and south nodes, which could easily be overlooked, but I think is important. And on the 15th as well, we've got the full moon. The moon is here in your 12th house in a conjunction with Uranus, which is likely to be very strong feeling. And then the sun is in an opposition, obviously, to the moon at the time of the full moon. But a couple of days later, on the 17th, the sun goes into exact opposition with Uranus. So essentially, on the 15th, you've got the moon going into a conjunction with Uranus, and also, being the full moon. And then 2 days later, you've got the sun in an opposition to Uranus. So the sun is your personality and your persona and who you are and how you radiate in the world. And the moon is how you intuit, how you receive, how you're soft, how, like your emotions, the hidden part of you. So it's also very interesting that the sun currently in the sign of Scorpio is going through this part of your chart, which is very much about the day-to-day running of your life, and is very kind of public and very visible. And it's a very conscious part of your chart where you can really see who you are. And yet where Uranus is currently, and also where the moon is coming into, is a place associated with being unconscious and not seeing everything clearly. It's that place that maybe lurks beneath and behind, and almost behind a veil. It's not a conscious place. So whatever is going on, and like, this is very much about your physical health. This is about your mental health. This is about what you're bringing about into your work, and this is kind of like what you are dissembling. These energies are very oppositional. So what I really think, given that Uranus is one of these planets that has a lot to do with consciousness, with telepathy, like telepathic communication and intuition, with stops and starts, like brand new starts. It's very inventive. It's very different. It's very independent. There's this very strong need for freedom and truth with with the planet of Uranus. So there is something coming on in this whole week ahead, and this whole moon phase, from the start of the week, we're in this waxing gibbous phase. Emotions are growing right the way through the 11th, right the way through to the 15th. On the 14th in particular, energies are super, super strong. And the moon finally comes into your 12th house. And I would say it feels like there's a lot going on and you can't quite put your finger on it. You're not sure why you're feeling emotional. You're not sure why you're feeling a bit irrational, why you're feeling a bit fearful, like really anxious and worrying about what's going on. And yet what I think is going on is the things you're worried about are about to be made conscious through the sun and the sun's actions. So if you've had something on your mind for a long time, I really see that by the end of the week, everything that you've not been able to articulate, get clear about, and find a beautiful sense of peace with, it is coming up. It's coming up to be seen. It's coming up to be felt. And yes, it might feel very, very strong as it's coming in. And it could be bringing up lots of old dreams, lots of little sort of intuitive takes, lots of little mini triggers and feelings of very deep sensitivity and not really knowing why. I think what is coming out of this is a realization of truth and a real knowing about who you are, what you're here to do, what your purpose is, and how you might move forwards. So I think this is essential, actually, and that as we go into the next week ahead, which will have Pluto finally going into Aquarius for the next 20 years. And of course, it's another air sign. I actually think what's going on right now is like the last vestiges of the old you are being cast out so that you are fresh, really, for when Pluto goes into the sign of Aquarius. So I really see, and also like the sun in the sign of Scorpio is holding on to its persona. There are aspects of yourself and the identity that you've built up about yourself that you're holding on to. And so this week ahead is really getting you to notice what you're clinging to for dear life and to realize that maybe that image and identity you've got for yourself isn't helpful. It's holding you back. It's stopping you from expanding. It's stopping you from accepting there might be other truths. And in that, it's stopping you from growing. So this could be quite shocking. So Venus going into Capricorn, I think, is quite helpful. Venus going into this sign can bring in a little bit of extra money suddenly from other people, the people around you, maybe your partner or your family have a bit of money and they want to share it. Venus coming into this area as well, I think is showing that you've got the appetite to get through some of the psychological defenses that you've grown up with, some of the resentments and shame and blame and guilt and anger and stuff that you've grown up with. It feels like you're mentally ready and emotionally ready to start dealing with some of the grittier aspects of yourself. So I see that as being helpful. In particular, the square between Mercury and Saturn is creating a somber acceptance, a kind of very sort of mature mindset, which is interesting because like Gemini is known for lightness and for flitting between things and not necessarily known for great persistence or great seriousness. And yet right now, with this Mercury, and obviously Mercury is your ruling planet, Mercury in a square to Saturn is making things very, very serious. And you've got a lot of application, a lot of dedication and determination to get to the root cause of things. In particular, you might be feeling very, very serious in terms of the relationship between your partners and then your work, and the lack of balance and harmony that exists between your personal life and your professional life. And so that might be something that is creating this sense of real seriousness. But the seriousness is quite helpful. So Venus coming into this part of the chart is also going to be in a T-square with the nodes. Now, what I really see here is And actually, with this lineup of the nodes and the T-square, the nodes and Venus, I actually think this is one of the easier ones to resolve and work through. But to me, what this is saying is you've not paid enough special attention to the things that bring you love and joy. You know, you've maybe focused on things in an indiscriminate way, you know, like you've put your attention on lots of different goals, but not necessarily the things that bring you the most pleasure and that light you up enough, you know. So what I would say is you've maybe been trying to cover all bases, which is a very sort of Gemini thing to do, maybe cover all bases and you know, be a jack of all trades. And yet that's prevented you from developing the thing that really lights you up the most and will actually take you to a much bigger height. I would also say that by spreading the bets and not fully investing in the thing that really lights you up, you've also stopped yourself from advancing in your work and advancing in your working relationships and in your actual relationships. And it's purely because you've not wanted to claim something as your own. Now, it's interesting, you know, with the Scorpio energy, you know, I'm talking about identities, like what you identify with and how that might be holding you back. And so it might seem contradictory that, you know, I'm talking about the South Node in a square to Venus and saying, you know, where you've just tried to keep everything balanced, you know, and not define yourself, that has held you back. But what I really want to make a definition around, the identities that are lifting you up, I think are fine for now. You know, I'm pretty sure a fully awakened person would say, no, Louisa, no, no, you're wrong. And that's fine. But right now, I think, you know, if there's something that you identify with that lights you up, lifts you up, and allows you to shine and allows you to be your purpose here, why not? You know, why shouldn't you do that? And where you haven't done that and you've almost been playing it a bit safe, trying to play to all the crowds, you've not let yourself down, but you've missed an opportunity to enjoy rising yourself up. You know, so the first thing I would advise you do is allow yourself to be seen for the things that you love. Allow yourself to be seen for the things that you're good at. Don't try to blend in. Try to not try, but allow yourself to shine for being you and to recognize that. And I think Venus being here is part of this. You know, it's allowing you to go through old shame and blame and guilt and anger and say, maybe that's why I've been playing it safe. Maybe that's why I've not been showing myself off. Maybe that's why I haven't developed that career, because of, you know, that teacher that said this when I was 4 years old and totally crushed my sense of self. So I think this is a revelationary week, and this is one where you the penny drops and you're like, okay, well, I can do that now because I'm a grown up and I know I don't need to take that seriously anymore. I can see that, and I thank myself for having that strategy. It's all good. It's all covered. So where is the North Node leading you, and how can Venus help you in this? Well, I think it's leading you to being independent within the group and independent within the network. You know, it's showing you that it is safe to be yourself with other people. It's safe to be in a group, be in a network, be in like a tribe, and still have membership of the tribe, but still distinguish yourself. And so I think this is what one of the things that you're learning right now. So let's add this in then to the full moon and how that's going on. So I said earlier that the full moon is coming up in this very unconscious part. So there's this sense that there is something there. There's something you're aware of that you've not fully articulated, and it's irritating. And it feels like you're discounting your intuitive side. You're discounting what might seem a bit irrational, a little bit bitty. Maybe the intel that comes in doesn't come in its totality. So you get a little clue here, you get a little clue there, but it doesn't feel completely solid. And so maybe you've ignored what your intuition is telling you. And I think by the time of the full moon, you can't hide who you really are anymore. It is time to allow yourself to be weird and wacky and to out yourself for what you're good at. And I don't think there's the sun side of you currently that's trying to manage itself. I don't think it's doing a good job. It's trying to manage everything and look normal, look like it's nothing wrong with you. Nothing's changed. I'm just a normal person. I'm just like every other person. And yes, you are like every other person. And yet you also are here with a mission. And so my big, overwhelming piece of advice for you in this week ahead, Gemini, is be yourself. Find yourself, be yourself, distinguish yourself. You have nothing to fear. Apart from what you've established as already existing fears. And they might be that, anyone that stands out is arrogant, or anyone that does this is this. And they're all judgments. And again, Venus in this part of judgments, the 8th house is full of judgments, by the way. Venus coming through here is going to lovingly dispel anywhere where you've put yourself down. So take this opportunity to tune into what you really, really want, because this is a golden opportunity for you to turn that around. It's a beautiful time. So yeah, have a great week ahead, Gemini. I really hope this helps to turn things around for you, and sending you lots and lots of love and support. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. Just invite me to work with you. It's as simple as that. So have a good one, and hopefully catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. How are you doing? So this is the start of the forecast for next week. That's Monday, the 11th of November, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. Now, your ruling planet is the moon. And this is a week ahead when the moon's position is super, super interesting. Very, very triggering for a lot of people, and most likely for yourself. We have the full moon on Friday the 15th, and it's not just any old full moon. It's a full moon in a conjunction with Uranus. And then a couple of days later, the sun goes into an exact opposition with Uranus. So there's a lot of energy across this part of your chart. Now, I don't know if you're watching this because you are a Cancer sun, somebody with the ascendant in the sign of Cancer, or somebody with a moon in the sign of Cancer. But however this is happening for you, I absolutely recommend that you check into your emotions several times a day. Like always be watching what is going on. Like what are you feeling in your body is really, really important, because things are almost running away with themselves a little bit in this week ahead. As we start this week ahead, the moon phase is in a waxing gibbous phase. So it's already very full. It's getting fuller, a bit like you're blowing up a balloon. And it's just getting harder and harder to inflate that balloon, because it's already really, really fit to burst. And then, on the day of the full moon, which is in a conjunction with Uranus, it almost, like the Uranian energy is kind of explosive. It is as if you've had too much, and the balloon just goes and pops. But of course, that's not actually what happens. After that, the full moon will start to wane, and it will go into the waning gibbous phase and slowly disappear. But in this week ahead, with the fullness of it comes a fullness of emotions, and possibly a feeling of overwhelm. So my first question to you is, how does the moon normally affect you? If you notice that at the time of the full moon, that's when it really gets you, then this is one to watch out for, and to maybe diarize and maybe clear your diary a bit and put in a few little things that feel comfortable. I think comfort is a really important word for you right now, and feel safe, because what I think you really need is a lot of peace and quiet. Now, there are other things also taking place this week ahead. So on Monday the 11th, as we're starting this week, Venus actually pops into Capricorn, and she'll be going into your 7th house, which is great if you're single and wanting, to find a new relationship. I always find Venus in the 7th being quite helpful for that. But it's also very good in terms of coming to a new understanding with the people that are in your life. This is a time of harmony. Now, Venus is quite important because later on this week, Venus is going to go into a T-square with the South Node and the North Node. And to me, the squares with the nodes are an indication that there's something we haven't quite done. There's something we need to just go back to and get clear about, did we move a bit too fast? Did we make a rash decision? And so there's something going on in terms of love and affection and flow that maybe you've rushed through and might need to look back over, in particular around the 15th, maybe 13th, 14th, 15th, taking you maybe to around the 18th of November, just so that you really, really sort of capture that. So it's interesting that is coming into its fullness on the day of the full moon, when things are naturally more emotive. Also, what's of interest is this square between Saturn and Mercury. Saturn is about our rules and regulations and also discernment. Saturn is a particularly cool operator. Saturn is sometimes thought of as being a bit cold and sometimes a bit cruel. But Saturn is very discerning and wants to get things right first time, because Saturn, I think, is a perfectionist. And so Mercury in a square to Saturn, our communications, I think, are feeling a little bit edgy, a little bit cooler. So I don't think we are quite so warm and captivating as usual. We might be feeling a little bit too tired to communicate. We might be communicating in a sort of overly mature way at the moment, but there's something not quite normal about the way we're communicating. We're almost a little bit on the acerbic side, a little bit too formal. And of course, because Venus going into Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn, we've got a very sort of Saturnian way of being. What this is saying to me is there was a lot going on last week. And one of the things about last week was, I was saying in the last forecast, we don't really know who to trust. And so as I think we're coming into this new week, we're shutting down a little bit. We are maintaining our own calm, cool, collected way of being. Now, if you've got a tendency to be a bit depressed, then I think it's important to do what you can to get as comfortable as you can, because Mercury in a square to Saturn can show a slightly underwhelmed kind of feeling. So if you are naturally slightly unenthusiastic about life, if you're slightly depressed right now, you might find that the Mercury square Saturn and Venus in Capricorn actually kind of matches that and adds to it. So I do think that, if you are aware of how you manage your emotions to stay buoyant or to stay balanced, then this is a week where you might need to just do a little bit more so you don't go under, I think is really important. So, planning in little breaks, little trips out, like short trips, maybe into nature, whatever works for you. It might be singing, dancing, films, maybe put comedy on and ban yourself from social media might be a good strategy. But I think it's important to recognize that you might want some more time to yourself. I think everyone is right now. Venus in Capricorn, we don't need to be around people. Mercury square Saturn, we don't need to be talking about everything all day long. We just want a bit of space to process. But then with Venus in the square to nodes, so what I'm really getting from this is at home, in the recent past, you might have been trying to keep everything the same, trying to keep everything on an even keel, but mainly sort of forcing it, forcing an equality at home, and it might be that, you're seeing every member of the family in the same way, treating everyone completely the same, and whilst that seems good, it looks like quite a good little scheme to treat all your children exactly the same way. What you might realize is that right now, as you're in this cool and discerning phase with Venus in Capricorn, that you are feeling a bit disassociated because, you've got these schedules or schemes in place or ways of doing everything at home that have almost depersonalized the decision-making process. You've just got this kind of blanket rule. No, everyone's equal, everyone's the same, or, this is how I treat all my children, but actually, what I really see is the freedom in terms of Venus is to recognize the personal effects and the personal relationships that you're having with people. So it might be that you have a decision that you treat every child in your family according to what they need rather than what is fair, so you might recognize that, like, for instance, I've got a daughter and two sons, if I was to treat my boys the same way as my daughter, I might say, okay, I've gone and bought her a skirt, right, come on boys, let's get going. I'm going to buy you a nice new mini skirt, you know? So, you know, it might not be appropriate. I'm not talking about that for gender reasons, by the way, but, you know, you might find that the rules that you have put in place to manage your life a bit more smoothly are actually working against you. They're actually kind of slightly anti-life. They're not really helping you connect fully, you know? So, what I would do is everyone that you're interacting with in life, and all of your pets and all of your rooms and everything that you're doing at home right now, is look at it all as an individual situation and think, what is actually needed right now? And how can I connect with that need? And how can I work with that need without tiring myself out first? So I do see this as a process of, you know, taking a step back and being in discernment and putting yourself first, I think is important. But then thinking, how can I approach the needs according to every single different situation, rather than having a sort of blanket rule? You know, I think that will help you feel a lot more present in your life in this week ahead. And I'm sure it will become even more obvious in a second why that is when we start to look at the full moon, sun and Uranus in this position. But yeah, the North Node, which is connecting in a square to Venus, is also in the 10th house. You know, it's like, you can look at your home and then you can look at your away. If everything you do at home is how you do everything in your career, you might find that also stops you. So for instance, if in your career you're treating every different aspect of your work in the same way and like creating these big sweeping rules, again, you know, the creativity, the innovation, the sort of design, the intention behind your work is not really going to be fully alive. And see, what I really see for you with this Venus T square with the nodes is that this is really helping you come back to life and to feel more present in your own life. So you can feel more present at home and also more present in terms of your career. And you might actually have some good examples of where that's happened to you, you know, where maybe your parents have treated you the same as somebody else, but maybe it wasn't really needed. Maybe it wasn't exactly what you wanted. And if you actually had the choice of having your needs met, you'd have asked for them to be met in a different way. So I don't know how you'll make sense of that exactly, but what I really think is every situation is a new opportunity to review, to discern, and to tune into. And I think as you do that, more flow will happen, more aliveness will come in. So I think that's kind of important. Now, the big bit, this is the big bit for your week ahead, given that Cancer is ruled by the moon and we have this full moon. So on the 15th, you know, all of the energy as the moon is moving through the chart, all week it's building up in pressure, and as we get closer and closer to the full moon, there is more and more to process. It almost feels like there's too many opportunities, more than you can handle. And so as you're coming up to the full moon, and if you remember, the moon is maybe your unconscious side, and the sun is what you've made conscious. The sun is your outer personality and what people see about you, and very much about what you're radiating, whereas the moon is what you're absorbing. The moon is also what you're reflecting. You know, it's how you're relating to things as opposed to how you're being and shining, and it's very yin and yang. And so it's like we've got this unconscious emotion, this sense that there is something coming. And as it gets closer and closer to Uranus, it feels like, oh crikey, there's something coming. I don't know what it is, can't quite sense it, but I know it's happening because I can feel it. It feels slightly jangly. And it's in this part of your chart to do with friendships, to do with groups that you feel attached to, for instance, friendship groups, networks, business networks, tribes. You know, for instance, if you are in a group of people according to what you believe, then, you know, that's all pretty big. But there is something growing in your unconscious mind. And it feels like maybe there's a time for change, that B, there's something surprising coming up to do with this friendship group. See that you might need to cut back the time you spend with people, or that they might seem all of a sudden very irresponsible or very, very different to what you're expecting. So it might be time to kind of cut contact. There's a lot of different things that could come up, but to me, it feels like there is an upset in, the realm of friendships. There is an upset or a change in consciousness. Now, upset is obviously a word that's loaded, but if I say a change of consciousness, that might be easier to accept, that maybe your consciousness is changing and you're growing apart from the people that you know, or maybe you're noticing they're growing in a way that is naturally going to create distance and space between you because, they're going one way, you're going another. Now, another way of looking at this is the sun right now is going through this part of your chart. Now, it's a very creative part of your chart and one that is absolutely about you expressing yourself and feeling good and lighting up, like feeling passionate about who you are, feeling passionate about your purpose and knowing I'm here to do this, and with a smile on your face. You might have noticed I started smiling when I said that because I was feeling into that, when you know why you're here, it feels great. So the sun is coming through here and it's a particularly strong and stubborn sign, the sign of Scorpio. So, there is a lot to do with your personal identity here that you don't want to change because it feels good and because you know yourself and you know that this is what you're here to do. And as this is coming into an opposition with Uranus, it might be that the person you're coming into being and the way you're expressing yourself, you're more identified with your aims than you are with the aims of the people around you. And you may even feel like you're really are going separate ways because of your gifts and the fact that you might want to stand out a lot more than you have done. To me, this feels like a call to action, a call to really steady yourself in your natural brilliance, in your natural passion for life. This is a time to explore it and not to belittle what you do. The opposition between the sun and the moon is also creating tension because I really feel this strong impetus right now is to follow your intuition, follow your desires and follow what feels good on a step-by-step basis. And yet it also feels like you've got responsibilities to other people, their agendas, their ideas, their vision. And so to me, it's like Clash of the Titans. It feels like you have your own agenda, your own vision. And maybe these are compatible. Maybe you can find a way to make these work, but maybe not. I don't know. So to me, it feels really quite strong. And that's between the 15th and 17th. Now, at the same time, earlier in the show, I did a forecast on a day-to-day basis, sort of specifying what activities I think might work well for each particular day of the week. I advise you have a look at that if you're fascinated by that. It's worth having a look. But one of the things I did talk about is there's something going on in the world right now, as you might be aware. And in particular, on the 15th to the 17th, the patterns are so aligned to Donald Trump's chart and also JD Vance's chart, and weirdly enough, also to Israel's chart. So I don't know if there is something very strong in terms of consciousness, public opinion, to do with energy, to do with messaging information. I think there's a lot that's about to be revealed or come out. And these feel like treacherous times, really shocking and treacherous times. So if you are particularly plugged into the outer world, you may well find that it gets too much for you and your beautiful Cancerian sensibilities. You might need to actually take a step right back, because I do think the world is going to be screaming quite loudly and be highly triggered by different events going on for a whole range of different reasons. And actually, you might better spend your energy focusing on what really lights you up and what your gift is. Because if you become the sort of person that can gift the world with who you are, then you're really doing everything you need to do. From that place, you'll be inspiring other people to follow their dreams. And you know what? If we're all encouraged to follow our dreams rather than to follow a set regime of this is what you do at this age and this is how you do it at this age, and it's all leading you in this direction because this is the proper path. Could you imagine how much more inspired life would be if we were intuitively moving according to what feels right for us, we might have a very different world. So I really do think follow your own process is the best advice I can give right now. So I think that about wraps it up, really. And that kind of leads us into next week, the following week, when Pluto goes into the sign of Aquarius, and then the sun goes into the sign of Sagittarius. There are some very big world changes coming in. So the sooner you are able to make yourself okay in any environment, any situation, and also really pay attention to what is bringing you joy, I think that will also assist in that transition too. So I hope you have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. All of my details are below. But yeah, have a good one, and hopefully I'll catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Leo. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 11th of November, right the way through to Sunday, the 17th. This is quite an important week because we've got a full moon. And obviously, to make a moon full, the sun has to be in opposition to it. The sun is your ruling planet. So this is going to be a big one for you. As we start this week, the moon is in a waxing gibbous phase, taking us up to the full moon on the 15th, and then it's in a waning gibbous phase. So the moon is growing, getting bigger and bigger, heavier and heavier with all this emotion and activity. And then it becomes full, and then it appears to get a little wilder and a little wackier. And then right at the end of the week, we start to get smaller and smaller, and things start to become a bit more contained. I say that actually there are things happening a couple of days after the full moon that are still really pretty big news. So I just think, as we're looking at the flow of this week ahead for you, it feels a lot quieter at the start on the 11th and 12th and 13th. And then from the 14th onwards, it seems to pick up pace and get a little bit too emotional, a little bit out of hand. And it feels like lots and lots of different things are coming at you. Now, are they chores? Are they jobs? Are they things you haven't done and you've forgotten to do? Is it lots of people coming in? Or is it also a lot of outside noise from the world? I think the last is probably quite true for a lot of us. If you're wanting more of a detailed forecast, really about how to manage each separate day, then I really do recommend looking back at the day-to-day forecast earlier, where I do break it down. What is coming up right now is I want to talk to you about the full moon, which is here. It's represented here on the chart. I also want to talk about Venus in a square to the nodes. There's Venus going into Capricorn, which she is, and she's in a square to both the North Node and the South Node. There's also a Mercury-Saturn square going on this week too, which I think is going to have its effect. So I'm really talking about the overall patterns from a Leo perspective now. So first of all, Venus going into Capricorn. That's happening on the 11th. And what I'm seeing here is this a desire to get really serious, to get your head down, to get all of your old chores and things like that sorted, and also to pay some attention to your health, your money, just kind of streamlining everything. Monday feels like quite a good day to do that. In fact, the beginning of the week is a fantastic time to get your head down. People are feeling naturally sensitive and sensible and practical, and also just wanting a bit of time to themselves. For instance, Mercury in a square to Saturn. Mercury's here, Saturn's up here. Mercury is kind of creative here and wanting to explore life. And Saturn here is, I think, a little bit punishing. It almost feels like there is this desire that you want to have some fun, and yet that there's some heavy jobs, some heavy tasks that need to be attended to. And so really that's just leaving you with this feeling of, okay, I'm going to knuckle down, I'm going to be practical, discerning, make some good decisions. And so it's not very glamorous. This isn't a very glamorous start to the week ahead, Leo. This is literally, let's get these done. Let's get this sorted. Let's create some space for myself. Mercury square Saturn does tend to make people feel a little bit deadpan, not like full of life and woohoo, look at me, life's great. You're not so expressive as usual. And of course, for a Leo, that's quite surprising. This is all of us almost as if we've got a hangover, got itchy each year. It feels like it is time to almost like we're revising for an exam, and you're wanting to cram it and to get very organized with it. Now, Venus in Capricorn is also adding into that, Capricorn and Saturn. Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn. So to me, Venus and Mercury are both kind of a bit somber, a little bit moody, a little bit low key. But they will enable you to get your life organized and to create some space so that you can see where you're going and to get a bit more real. Now, the square nodes to Venus, I think, are interesting because they're taking place. The South Node down here in this part of your chart to do with community pressures, community relationships, your sense of belonging. I think you've felt a strong sense of belonging to your community in the past. I think you've kind of understood them. But now what you're realizing is there's some steps in your relationships that have maybe not taken place that it would be very, very good to take place right now. So in particular with the South Node in the sign of Libra, there's this really strong call to do everything in a very equal way, to balance everything out, to be completely diplomatic and to completely treat everybody, like level the playing field. And yet what's really showing up is that has kind of taken you out of the process. It stopped you from making up your own mind about every individual situation you find yourself in. It's taken away some of the potential to connect and to resonate with different situations within your community. And so it's almost, it's a weird thing. And I don't know if you've done this, but many, many years ago, and sorry to put a smile on my face as I see it, because it's not something I'm celebrating necessarily, but, we all have these times, where we might get a bit depressed. And in my 20s, I got really kind of hooked on Prozac for a while. And one thing that I noticed was it put me on a very sort of level playing field all the time. And that was quite helpful for me when I wasn't really ready to experience the highs and the lows. Like most people are ready for the highs, but not many people are ready to feel the lows. And yet what I realized after a while was I felt really numb. I felt very sort of disassociated, like I didn't have any direct connection to all the different parts of my life. So this is how I feel. It's almost like things have been whitewashed to make it all look good, but there's none of the great stuff and none of the awful stuff. And so what I really see as a correction in this, I think you're finding freedom by realizing that everything in your life is a separate situation and everything needs to be assessed. Everything that you're communicating about and with, and everyone you're relating to is a separate person. And it's important now to use your own natural Venus in Capricorn discernment that's coming up right now, and to make up different mindsets and different views on everything. Like treating everything in the same way hasn't helped you feel very enriched. It's felt like the right thing to do, but it's disconnected you from the whole process of life, which has its ups, has its downs. It's really real and it's really, really gritty. And so, these square node planets, I think, are always showing you where you've gone too far on something and maybe just need to course correct. It might just be a degree or two to the right or a degree or two to the left. I realized as I said that there's political connotations. I'm not saying it for any political reasons, but it just feels like there's a little bit of an adjustment that is going to bring you back into a feeling of joy and greater connection with people. And of course, having quality connections far outweighs having no connection or having maybe a placid connection across the board. So yeah, I really see that there's that. It's almost like it's bringing you back to life. Now, how this is likely to manifest in your life is it's going to get you to reach out to more people further away. It will open up your world to all sorts of new materials and thoughts, so I see the whole process as being very, very helpful. So just be mindful of how that might have been playing in your life. Now, the last thing, this is starting around the 15th, really. That's when it's exact. But we've got the full moon on the 15th too. And so if you think about the moon is like the unconscious part of ourselves. You know, it's the emotions, the psyche, the intuition. And the moon is slowly coming closer and closer to Uranus in your 10th house, which has absolutely created all sorts of energetic disturbances in the way you are in your career. Most likely you've been looking for greater independence and freedom for a really long time and have made some changes. Now, as the moon gets closer and closer to Uranus, and at the same time the sun is coming closer and closer into this opposition with the moon, the feeling of Uranus becomes strong. So that it's almost like there is I want to say it as a thirst for freedom. You know, it feels like there is a thirst for freedom, a thirst for the truth, and a thirst for change. And you might not be able to put your finger on it because it's the moon that's coming in. You know, you might just feel it. The intuitions might be the things that are coming in. But to me, it feels like it's time to disrupt your working pattern again. To me, it feels like there's something that feels a little too staid, a little too much, a little too controlled. And all of a sudden, that's when you say, okay, it's time to move. It's time to change this. I must have my freedom. I must have that sense of space for myself. So it's really coming from unconscious impulses, but it's really, really strong. Now, as the sun down here is coming into opposition, the sun is, you know, in the lowest part of your chart. It's in the home, which I think brings up feelings of safety and security to look deeper. The sign of Scorpio is definitely about digging deep, and the sign of Scorpio has a lot to do with secrets. And so I really feel that there is this need for freedom and a thirst for independence. And at the same time, there is this digging to try and get to the bottom of things. And when this comes into the full moon between the 15th and then the 17th, when the sun is in exact opposition to Uranus, I really think there is this deep time of revelation, shock, surprise. There's a lot going on. For instance, you know, you may well have been identifying with the security of having secrets. You might have identified in a particular way that has kept everything else out, because the sign of Scorpio, let's face it, is pretty rigid at times. You know, so you've been going through a moment in time where you've wanted to hold on to what feels like you and your identity, and yet there is a lot of emotional shock, a lot of new information coming out. Now, if you did listen to the first part of this video, the day-to-day forecast, you might have caught the bit where I said Donald Trump, Vance, and also Israel's birth charts all fit into a very, very strong pattern with this full moon. So I do think there's going to be a lot of chatter on the outside of things whilst you are also living your life. And so if you're particularly affected by what's going on outside of your sort of immediate life, then you might choose to shut down a little bit, you know, maybe turn it down, turn the volume down, and find other ways to feel satisfied and do your own digging and realize things about yourself. I guess what I want to sort of share with you is the time right now is to unravel what has been hidden from you and what you've been hiding from yourself that is stopping you from feeling a sense of true freedom and liberty. And what's going on in the world is a much bigger example of that, whereby we are going to see a lot of things that have been hidden come out and really, really shock us. And quite possibly, seeing as Uranus is involved, it might be that things suddenly get shut down or just opened, you know, because Uranus does both of those things. He really creates the change. So all in all, I guess if there was something I wanted to, wanted you to be aware of this week ahead, I would say be as flexible as possible and keep a sense of your own possibility in mind. The more fixed you are on particular outcomes right now, I think that the harder it is to maintain an even keel. But if you're of the mindset of, what now? I wonder what is next. I wonder how this could get any better. When you're in a sense of possibility, then I think that helps you to kind of regulate, to stay strong, to stay focused, and I think it keeps you going. So I hope everything goes well for you in this week ahead. This is strongly revelatory things. You know, what you're revealing about yourself and what you're learning about the world is really, I think, integral to how you are in the world and the role you are playing right now. Dare I also say, you know, with the very strong Leo here, there is a resonance with Donald Trump and also JD Vance's charts. They both have Uranus and the moon in this part of the chart. You know, this is a very strong time for everyone who has a strong Leo ascendant in particular, or you know, a strong later degree moon or sun. You know, this is a very, very strong time for you. So I'm going to leave that there. If I can be of any help to you, and please you know, just so I'm really, really clear with you, when I'm talking about Trump and Vance and saying, you know, they've got Leo ascendants, you know, I'm not saying you are the same as them. You know, if you don't like them, then, you know, I really am not trying to compare you with somebody that you might feel triggered by. And also, you know, if you do like them, you still might not want that sort of connection. But, you know, I love to look at charts and see what's going on. And I can see that people with a very strong Leo energy right now, the changes that are going on for them are happening in the public sphere. It's happening in your real life. It's happening in your outer life. So just to be aware of that. You know, understand the unconscious desires for freedom and how they are showing up and how they might create some disruption as you find your new way, which I am absolutely sure you'll do. So if I can be of help, just get in touch. All of my details are below, but have a fantastic week. Have a revelatory week full of surprises. And I really, really hope that there are some sort of useful intels, some beautiful penny dropping moments that come from your unconscious mind. So have a good one and hopefully see you next week. Bye for now, Leo. Hey there, Virgo. So this is the forecast taking you from Monday, the 11th of November, all the way to Sunday, the 17th of November. If you're interested in a day-by-day forecast, I absolutely advise that you have a look at the first part of this video where I talk about every single day and say, oh, on this day, you might like to do this. On this day, you might want to do that, really so that you can plan the overall flow of your life. In this particular video, I'm really looking at the overall patterns and the Virgo energies. So I don't know if you're a Virgo rising, Virgo moon, or Virgo sun. However, your Virgo is really showing up. This is really talking about the Virgo reactions to Venus going into Capricorn, Mercury being in a square to Saturn, Venus having squares to the North Node and South Node, and also the full moon, and then on the 17th, the Sun-Uranus opposition. This is all getting busier as we get through the week. So it's a bit of a hold on to your hat kind of moment, Virgo. It really is. As we start this week on the 11th, Venus goes into the sign of Capricorn. And we are starting the week ahead with a waxing gibbous moon. What this means is from the beginning of the week right the way through to the end of the week, the moon is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger up until Friday the 15th at the time of the full moon. And then it gets so big, it just can't get any bigger. And then we have the full moon and the sort of, I think, very explosive energy going on between the 15th and 17th. And then things start to shrink down slowly, slowly, slowly. So this, out of all of the weeks in November, is one of those weeks whereby it just feels like things are a lot. You know, there's a lot going on. There's high energies. There's high emotions. You know, the full moon is naturally a time when we feel tense, overwhelmed, overworked, overburdened. And it's like all these things coming into us, you know. During the week, we might, or during other moon phases, we might take lots of different things coming at us in a completely different way. But on the lead up to a full moon, we often feel kind of shocked or defensive of our own space. You know, it's like, no, there's too much going on. So watch out for that. So as we are going in and Venus moves into the sign of Capricorn, we are coming into a place of trying to manage our calm as best we can. Things have built up, and like I said, we've got this full moon growing and coming in. And so Venus is absolutely trying to calm you down, calm your relationships down, slow me down, because I'm talking, like really, really fast, I realize. So it's slowly coming into a calm. Venus in Capricorn is discerning, is looks at decorum, is classy, is graceful, is smooth. She takes her time. She doesn't rush. She's ambitious. Venus here is calculated quite a bit as well. And I say that as somebody with Venus in Capricorn in my own chart, my only bit of Earth, in fact. So she's in your 5th house. And, in your 5th house, she is potentially bringing in a spell of romance and greater intimacy, but also a trust in what you're creating and what you have already created. So if you've got children, she is bringing in a spell of, greater happiness at home, a feeling of more collaboration with your children, and really trying to work with your creations. If you don't have children, then this is a time when you're likely to feel quite creative and want to be birthing new ideas. Like there's something that you're passionate about, you like doing. All of a sudden you find the resources to do it, and then boom, there it is. It's starting to manifest. So really, this is a time of discerning what is lighting you up, thinking and feeling into it and thinking, do you know what? I can resource this now. I can do this now. So I see some of your normal busyness, Virgo, can slow down and be reappropriated into something that is bringing in more joy for you. And it's less about what you have to do and more about what you want to do. So that's nice. I see that as being really, really beneficial. Now, Mercury, your ruling planet, right now is between 10 and 18 degrees in the sign of Sagittarius. On the 12th, Mercury's at 12 degrees and exactly square to Saturn. Now, Mercury and Saturn, it's interesting, Mercury is about how you think and feel, and Mercury is delivering messages back and forth for you, and really it's at home. It's going through this part of your chart that is associated with your home, your security, and yet Saturn here in the square, it's really slowing down the communications, really bringing up a feeling of space and coolness about how you're communicating at home and with your loved ones. It feels like maybe your loved ones are putting a bit of pressure on you, and maybe they are slightly taciturn themselves. It's a time when you might want to have a bit more space at home and maybe not be quite so, I don't know, maybe not so helpful to others. To me, it's a time when we're kind of naturally shutting down. And it's interesting because Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn. And so we've got two personal planets, Venus in Capricorn, which is Saturn rules, and then Mercury in an aspect to Saturn. So in many respects, I see things cooling down in terms of our relationships. And then when we are doing things about our relationships, we are cool, collected, classy, maybe a bit more formal, maybe a bit slower, maybe more mature and less risky. And we're focused more on ourselves. The sign of Capricorn and, the planet Saturn are very ambitious and absolutely quite insular and want to do well themselves. So I really do see that this inward turning at the beginning of the week and serious thinking is actually quite helpful to you in sorting things out at home, and also helping you move forwards on what you really, really like to do with some gusto, really taking yourself seriously, taking your joy seriously, which doesn't sound like a joyful thing. It sounds like quite a serious thing, but I do see it as being in the right direction. Now, one thing I do want to comment on, the nodes are in a square to Venus, and I think the nodes are really showing us where we've maybe dropped the ball somewhere and need to pick it back up. It shows where we haven't fully, resolved something from the past, and it's a note for us to pick up that baton and to run with it again. And how this is happening here, I think, is well, there's something going on with your money. So the South Node here in your second house is very much about your feelings of worthiness, your feelings of how easily money comes into you. Do you feel worthy of it? Do you feel that it's your money? Do you feel like do you feel like you've got a proper purpose? Can you see the value in who you are? And the square to it and Venus, and the fact that the South Node right now is in the sign of Libra, I think, is showing that an overcare of how you've been working, an overcare of trying to get everything right first time, but not necessarily attending to something that you could really kind of pick up and do well on, like almost like you've put all of your attentions across the board and really spread them out, so you've attended to all aspects of your job. But where you've done that so much, you've not found enough time to do the bits that you really shine at and the bits that really bring out your value. And so in some respects, you might have undervalued yourself at some level, by attending to everything whilst not attending to your own brilliance and your own value has possibly not done you a favor. And so I wonder what you can learn from this to turn that around. Are there aspects of the way you work or the way you manage your life that you can let go of some things so that you have more time to focus on the things that you do really well, which brings me right back here with Venus in the sign of Capricorn, in this part where you are creative and wanting to develop your skills and your talents. Over here, then, the North Node in the 8th house, I think, is also quite interesting. It's not necessarily showing you where you're going, I have to say, as I'm tuning into this. What's really coming up is that you're in between a rock and a hard place. So on the South Node, where you've tried to attend to everything and then not really developed the one or two great things that would increase your value straight away. And then on the other side of the equation, it also feels like there's a lot of past pain to get over in terms of what other people close to you thought you could do and couldn't do. And so where you've had old slings and arrows aimed at you, and people say, oh, you'll never do well in business, or you'll never be good with money because blah, blah, blah. Because when you were 5, you threw it all away or something, and it's stuck, in your family tradition. All of these kind of beliefs that you might have held as your own, that other people have put your way, they're also stopping you from fully developing yourself. And so I think the true glory of this is to realize that it's time to do things your way, not time to do things the way you've been told, not trying to attend to everything because somebody said you couldn't cope back when you were 5 or 6, like I'll show them, I'll be really, really good at everything. You don't need to be good at everything. What you need to be really right now, I see, is good at bringing yourself forwards and developing that unusual side about yourself, the part of you that is unique, the part of you that is different to every other person on this planet. There is a reason why you are here right now. And I think your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to let go of keeping everything the same and not putting your head above a certain height in case you get spotted. It's to ignore that, and also to recognize that you've got some old programs running that are stopping you from showing and revealing yourself. So I hope that's helpful. Now, in light of this is also going on around the time of the full moon, but on the day of the full moon, the moon, which is our unconscious desires, our psyche, our softness, our intuition, is coming up closer and closer to Uranus. And at the same time, the sun is getting closer and closer to an opposition to Uranus. And the sun and the moon, they are sensing each other's tension. The sun is here really showing who you are and and what you're known for and what you're shining and putting out there, what you're radiating out. And the moon, in many ways, is unconscious and is slightly instinctual and might make some decisions on emotions that aren't really true. And as they're coming into their opposition, it's like there is a bit of a fight going on. The moon has got some things to share. The moon coming into the conjunction with Uranus is likely to bring up some discomfort, some painful situations where you don't quite feel in balance, where you feel like you want some freedom, like you want to run away, like you want to ditch something, like you want to separate yourself from a situation that is undermining you. There is a real need for freedom, in particular religious freedom and spiritual freedom and philosophical freedom and political freedom. This is happening in your ninth house. This full moon is activating everything to do with belief systems and where you feel trapped in your belief systems. And then down here, the sun going through Scorpio, and Scorpio is a sign that has lots of secrets, lots of hypocrisy. No offense, Scorpios. I've got Scorpio rising, by the way. So I'm applying it to myself, where we can have some very rigid thinking and where we can want real power to occur. And so it's showing the presence and power of your local community, but also your role in that local community, and also where you identify with your role within the community and that sense of belonging and how you belong. And so it's creating this really strong, diametrically opposed kind of situation where you're begging to break free of any kind of constraints, and also maybe a bit afraid to let go of the identity that you've taken a lot of pleasure and feelings of safety from. So there is this underlying theme of safety versus the thrill of the new, the danger, the thirst for freedom. And this is difficult. If we then link it into the idea that you're here to create your life and to be passionate about your life and do something that actually ignores the naysayers, and also stops you from doing the everyday kind of hustle and get down to what's really passionate about you, I can really see there is a thirst for freedom. There is this natural freedom coming up in you that really wants to reveal the hidden secrets that have kept you in your box, your boxed identity, and to free you up. So these are big. This is a very sort of big energy for you in the week ahead, Virgo. So sending you heaps of love for this transit for this week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. And yeah, have a great one and hopefully catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So this is your astrological forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 11th of November, taking you all the way to Sunday, the 17th of November. Now, this is quite a big week. We've got a blooming great big, possibly treacherous, possibly inspirational full moon on the 15th of November. But why is this week in particular very, very strong for you? And that would be because Venus, your ruling planet, is changing signs and also making a very strong and interesting connection to the South Node here and also the North Node. Now, if you're wanting more of a day-by-day forecast and understanding, the kind of activities you might want to do on Monday, Tuesday, right the way through the week, then I do recommend that you have a look at the day-to-day forecast earlier in this video. But for this one, what I really want to do is really speak of the Libran energy. And I don't know if you're, watching because you've got a Libra moon, a Libra sun, or your rising sign or ascendant is in the sign of Libra. But the way this forecast is coming together is to really talk about the main aspects that are going on. And I see these as being Venus going into Capricorn, Mercury in a square to Saturn, that's taking place exactly on the 12th. Then we've got the Venus in a square to the nodes, as I've already mentioned. And then we've got a really, really strong few days between the 15th to the 17th. That's Friday to Sunday of next week. And what's happening is we've got Uranus here, which has been here for a really, really long time. But the moon is coming into a conjunction with Uranus. And at the same time, the sun is in this part of the chart coming into an opposition with Uranus. And it just so happens that the sun's opposition to Uranus happens a couple of days after the actual full moon. So we've got a full moon and a sun opposition to Uranus. This is really quite stirring for everyone, and particularly stirring for you in your life. Now, where is this? I guess what I'm going to explore in the short reading is, how this is likely to stir you up. Like there's definitely a lot of stirrings going on in the world. And, one of the things I do talk about earlier in the video is how this particular full moon is absolutely aligned to Donald Trump's chart and also Vance's chart, and also the chart of Israel, the country chart. So, I do think there are going to be some very big movements going on next week. And I think there could be a lot of really quite disturbing revelations and news. I think this is quite big. And I always think, as above, so below, what's going on in the outer world, which seems quite scary, interesting, triggering, annoying, also making people feel hopeful. There's all sorts of different things going on for a whole heap of different reasons. But what's going on for you? Where are you being stirred and triggered right now? And what I really see this as an opportunity for is for you to explore your true value in life. Scorpio, like the sign of Scorpio, is absolutely associated with your sense of value and worth, and also how you receive money. Are you open to receiving it? If people pay you on time, are you okay with that? Or are you a bit like, oh, you shouldn't have gone to any bother for me? Like sometimes we can be too nice for our own good. So it's interesting having the sun going through this sign. It's really working on all of your individual thoughts and beliefs about yourself and your intrinsic value, why you're here, what's the purpose of you being here, and how all of that works. And of course, the moon is going through this part of the chart that Uranus has been in for a really long time. This part of the chart is about your shared values and resources that you have with people in common. They could be family resources, there could be family money, it could be money from the bank, where you and the bank kind of have a bit of a tussle over different things. But it also touches on, I think, the values that other people put on you, their expectations, and how you work with those expectations. So, things like guilt, blame, shame, anger, resentment, and all of that, I think, is really captured here. And all of that can have a knock-on effect as to how you're valued, how you value yourself. So I think there's a lot to do with the stories that you're holding, as your sort of permanent life story. I think your stories could get really exploded and expanded upon at the time of this full moon. Anyway, let's start more at the beginning. So Venus is in Capricorn, moves into Capricorn, and is coming into a part of your chart that is related to your home. So it's interesting because Venus in Capricorn is absolutely wanting to get organized, wanting to get pretty, but also wanting to be elegant, wanting to be, there's a kind of ambition with Venus in Capricorn. And at home, I imagine it is bringing in this sense of decorum, space, neatness, practicality, that things make sense, that things are beautifully comfortable, serene, classy, gracious. There's a lot of, it's almost like, how can you bring your home to a higher level of standards? And so as Venus comes into this part of your chart, I really think things are neatening up quite quickly and are quite nice. And actually, Mercury in a square to Saturn is also emphasizing this kind of Capricorn energy, I think. There is this sense of wanting a bit of space, wanting to communicate in your own way, maybe wanting a bit of space from your community. Like Mercury is here in this very sort of communal area, and yet Saturn is here in a square, getting things done at home. And so I really feel like the first part of this this week ahead is about clearing things out, getting a bit more focus at home. Really using discernment, maybe getting rid of a load of stuff that's not right for you, that's not high quality enough for you, that's not going to be practical. Things that need fixing, things that you've been waiting to do things with for a long time. Get rid of them, let them go. This is a time to get very appropriate and to use a lot of discernment around how your life is. Now, this T-square with Venus and the nodes is strong, and you'll already be aware of this. I've been talking about the South Node, coming so close to crossing over this part of your chart, and also the North Node on this side of your chart. If you've been following these forecasts for a little while, you'll know that you are going through quite a big story change right now, Libra. There's aspects of your past that are absolutely right to be reintegrated. Like there's things from your past to do with how you were, what your personality was, how you looked. All the old stuff, I think, is actually quite helpful. I think if you review your time and like the outer you, the you that was seen, what can you learn about yourself? Have you changed in the right direction necessarily? Or can you go back and reincorporate some of the old you? I think this has been a time of trusting that the old you actually did have some value and allowing that value to come back in, sort of that reintegration. And then on the other hand, with the North Node going through this part of your chart, you've been learning a lot from partnership and also how tiring partnerships can be. Your partners can absolutely suck the life out of you sometimes. The North Node does show what we are challenged by quite a bit and what we have yet to learn. And so, I really do honor all of you Libra and Ascendant people who have this beautiful way of being where you really want to make the other person comfortable and really pay attention to the needs of other people. And yet in the last 18 months, it's been a very, very trying set of beliefs to hold on to, because you've had to come back into yourself more often than you've cared to. You've had to learn to bring it back to you and let people know, look, I'm happy to help, but only once I've helped myself first. If you haven't filled up your own cup, you've got nothing for everyone else or anyone else. And yet I think this is the hardest lesson you've been learning recently, is because you haven't filled up your cup first and you've gone hell for leather to make things right for everyone else. So it's interesting, and right now as Venus is coming into Capricorn, into this part of your chart where you're beautifying, where you're really making your life nice, functional, classy, you're investing in yourself. There is, I think, this really strong recognition that actually having time to yourself is useful, having that space to reflect, coming back into your own needs first is essential. It's almost like right now you really don't want to be in the company of other people as much. You just want to pull back in, and also remember all of the times when you felt really like who you really are. Because that's the other thing, I think, with these last 18 months, it's been very clear to you just how much you can flex for other people, and just how easy it is to adapt to other people's styles. And so right now, I think it's important to come back into you, to focus on you, to remember what you were good at and when you were good at it and how it made you feel. And in that is some of the resources that you need right now to be able to upgrade your value, because at the end of the week, from the 15th to the 17th, the energy of testing your resources and testing your internal value systems is going to be really, really strong and super active. So as the moon is coming into this position, I should say right the way through the week, the moon is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it gets to the full moon, and then she starts to wane into the waning gibbous phase. But mostly the energy is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know about you, but leading up to the full moon, I tend to get a little bit frantic, a little bit breathless. I start to feel like I don't have enough time, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough this. So I go into this not enoughness kind of program, because to me, it just feels like there's lots coming at me and I can't quite manage it all in one go. And so leading up to this time, I think there's going to be quite a few distractions, which is why it's fantastic if you take some time to yourself and keep the outer world out. So there's this happening. And as the moon is getting closer and closer to Uranus, all of the things that you've been learning about other people's expectations that you've taken on, like when other people want you to do something, you've kind of taken it on for them. It's their business. It's not yours. It's like their preference, not yours. And yet all those times when you've taken it on as if it's your action point to do something about, or else you don't somehow have value, as the moon is getting closer and closer, these issues are becoming more and more alive. You can hear them more. You can hear them playing out. It's like the whisper in your ear. I don't know if you get that, but I really know if I'm coming off my track or coming off my path, because in those quiet moments, you know, where I'm dawdling or daydreaming, which doesn't happen often, I have to say, but when it does, it's like I hear this little voice and I hear this kind of calm, slightly formal, slightly authoritative voice, and it's letting me know that's not quite right for you. That's not quite right for you. What are you doing there? And it's like this little, it's not my parents' voice. It's nobody that I know. To me, it's like this inner sense that I've gone off my journey. And so I think there's this little voice, this little, I don't know how it is for you. It might not be a voice for you. It might be just an instinct. It might be a feeling that you get that something's not quite right. And, you know, the moon side of this, you know, it's not easy to articulate. It's not easy to bring out. It's quite unconscious. And as it comes into a conjunction with Uranus, boy, does it suddenly get really real, really obvious to see. And those unconscious feelings that you've not been able to articulate, all of a sudden, boom, there they are. Cat out the bag. It's like a big revelation. You know, I think some of the big energies of this full moon are about shock, information overload. It's an emotional shock. It's like a thirst for freedom and a desire for natural freedom too, you know, like to just have that space to breathe and just feel good about yourself. Now, the sun down here in this part of the chart is interesting because we can get very identified with our money and very identified in the sign of Scorpio, which is fixed, and it's fixed water. It's like fixed emotion. Like we get these fixed emotional points of view about ourselves and our value. And as such, we can get very resistant to hearing anything else and very resistant to shifting. And so as this full moon comes in, and then on the 17th, the sun is exactly in opposition to Uranus, I think there is something kind of earthquakey and shaky for you. You know, to me, it feels like the underpinning of your beliefs about yourself are kind of swept. You're swept off your feet a little bit. You know, there is something that's shaking you alive. It's like, okay, I'm done with this now. And the quicker you can be done with your idea about how it all has to happen, how it has to look, why it has to be that way, the quicker you can move on, the quicker you can make those changes and listen to the moon that is begging you for some freedom and begging you to come out of this identity that is stopping you from progressing and evolving. So this is really quite shaky. Now, I don't doubt that also what's going on in the outer world is impacting the inner world. This full moon is absolutely aligned to Trump and Vance's chart and also to Israel's chart next week. And, you know, the fact that it's a full moon, I've looked at the Sabian symbols. So if you want to have a look at the Sabian symbols, go back. This is really talking about a time in humanity where we are peeling back the layers of what we know and coming into a time of penetrating information, really deep and shocking information, and coming up the questions of, okay, so that's out of the bag, but how do we live peacefully? How do we rebuild? How do we come back together? You know, how do we settle at this new realization and this new place, this new territory that we're in? So yeah, there's a lot going on, and having a strong sense of who you are, not in terms of identity, but in an inner self-reliance, an inner knowing, like your what's it called, your self-esteem. that doesn't have to be because of your identity. The self-esteem is like that self-confidence, that knowing that whatever comes up, you will be okay. You will cope, you will find ways of working. That is the most important kind of intelligence and confidence to have right now. So I don't know if this has been helpful to you, Libra, but I hope it has. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. But have a phenomenal week ahead. Even though I think it's going to be quite a bumpy one for all of us, have a great one, and hopefully I'll catch you next week so I can tell you more about the final ascent of Pluto into the or descent or ascent. It doesn't make any difference, actually. Depends if you like Aquarius or not. But the final movement of Pluto out of Capricorn and into Aquarius. It's going to be quite a week next week too. So lots of love to you, and catch up real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. How are you doing? How are you feeling about this week ahead? Because this is quite a strong one. You've got a full moon coming up in your opposing sign, in the sign of Taurus. That's quite a lot to be getting on with, to be honest. So what this is a forecast, the astrological forecast for your week ahead, starting from Monday, the 11th of November, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. I'm looking at the overall patterns that I see coming up. And if you're wanting something that's more day-to-day, more specific, then check out the earlier forecast in the day-to-day forecast section, where I look at every day of the week ahead and say, this is suited for this kind of activity. This is suited for that one. So it really helps you pace through. In this short forecast, then, I really want to focus on Venus going into Capricorn and how that might affect us. Talking about Mercury in a square to Saturn, because that's quite a strong pattern in this week ahead. Venus, again, she is in a square to the South Node and the North Node. I think that's reminding us there's something that we need to do. There's something we need to get off our backsides and attend to. And then, I'm shaking my head. We've got a deep time of change. And, this forecast goes up to the 17th, but really it also goes right into next week. But this deep change that's coming in is really from the 15th, when Venus goes into the square of the nodes, and we get the full moon. So this full moon is in the sign of Taurus. It's also in a conjunction to Uranus. And then 2 days later, the sun moves into a perfect opposition to Uranus. So whatever gets started with the full moon, I'd love to say it gets finished with the sun opposition to Uranus. And I think that is true to some extent, but there is a lot going on between those 2 days. And of course, from the Scorpio perspective, whether you've got your sun in Scorpio, your moon in Scorpio, or your ascendant in Scorpio, if you've got something around 20 to 27 degrees in Scorpio or Taurus, it's going to be knocking on your door. You're going to be feeling the energy of it a lot more than other people. This is going across the first house and the seventh house. This is about your personal identity, like really who you are, how you see yourself, and then what you know about everyone else in the world and your partners. So it's like everything about me, everything about everyone else. And that's where the shocking information's coming in, with the moon in a conjunction with Uranus. This is big. This is a big month, big month. It's a big week. But speaking of monthly forecasts, I did check out my monthly forecast, and, it really is talking about, the end of this particular week, 15th to 17th, and then the 17th into the 19th, 20th, 21st. It's almost an ongoing week. Like there's nothing that it's almost like every aspect that comes up from the 15th onwards is huge. That particular week from the 15th onwards is the busiest week of the whole month of November. So yeah, this is hold onto your hats kind of territory. So let's start with Venus in Capricorn then. It's coming into the third house, I think really indicating that it's time to smooth things over in your community, feel a bit more belonging, catch up with friends, really appreciate the things that are going well for you in your community. Now, it doesn't have to be your local community necessarily. It can also be your online community, your neighbors, your cousins, your brothers and sisters and things like that. But it's also the narratives of your community. Are you feeling more in alignment with them? I think there are some ways where you can feel very much at ease in your community. Now, obviously, I understand that America's going through a massive shift right now. And actually, in many respects, all countries are going through a really big sort of integral shift. It's not just an American thing. It is happening worldwide. But I think the ability to connect and to connect with grace with people around you is good. And the reason I said grace is because Venus isn't in the sign of Sagittarius anymore, where she's kind of slapdash and a bit over optimistic and talking to everyone. Hey, chit chat. You know, she's actually in the sign of Capricorn. And, you know, there we've got formality, we've got discernment, we've got respect for each other. And it might be a bit cool. We might be a bit formal. We might be a bit ambitious and a little bit keep our plans very much sort of hidden away from everyone else. We're kind of courteous. To me, it's indicating that we are wanting to connect, but we're wanting to do it in such a way where we're not necessarily going to shoot ourselves in the foot, where we're not going to try and stir up trouble, but we're just keeping ourselves to ourselves and allowing other people to keep themselves to themselves. And I guess it's a mutual calling off period that we're all going through. But in particular for you, Scorpio, or me, because I've got Scorpio rising, it feels like we are calling off and being a little bit more formal in our communities. We're a little bit more cautious about what we're saying. And actually, one of the benefits of that is it allows us to get on with everyone, you know, so it's not just about loving the people we love, but it's about kind of loving everyone, you know, like loving everyone in your community and just accepting that we're all different. And again, I recognize America might be hurting and some of it might be really jubilant as well. This is about loving who you can in the way you can. And I see it happening by just being more Capricorn about it, you know, showing respect, being cooler, calmer, and accepting. So I do think we are slightly more controlled than usual, but actually it could be quite graceful, you know. Now, that's going to be continuing. You know, this is an ongoing thing. And Mercury square Saturn, I think, is also matching that, you know. Mercury is about how we're communicating. Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn. So there's a lot of shared values going on there. You know, we might be feeling a bit worldly wise. We might be feeling a little bit older and a bit more tired, a bit more mature. We've had a lot to worry about and we've come through the other side. Mercury square Saturn, you know, it's slightly low energy. It's not sort of high and zingy and excitable necessarily. It's quite straightforward. It's very practical, just wants to get on, do it, and so on and so forth. So again, there's this feeling of let's just keep my head down. Sorry, I head butted or nose butted my mic as I said that. Keep my head down, keep going, you know, don't stop, just keep reviewing carefully. That's the Venus being discerning. Let's see what's going on. And, you know, if you are slightly sort of depressive Scorpio, if you do have a sort of depressive sort of energy, you might find this time is a little bit low. It's not traditionally, I don't think it's there to depress you or suppress you. It's just we're all tired and we all need a break. It's a bit like the morning after a party, after a really big celebration. We all need to, or a real sort of awful turn of events as well. We just need some time to assimilate and to work out what's what. And so this is all really coming on at the beginning of the week. So I think the beginning of the week is a great time to have focused activities, you know, like if you're working, for instance, or if you work for yourself, time it so that you are working on the nitty-gritty stuff where you need to concentrate, where you can give yourself regular breaks, but just be as firm and kind and patient with yourself as you can. And then as we're coming into the 14th, things start to pick up towards the time of the full moon. By that time, the moon is pretty full. And so we might feel a little bit overwhelmed. That's quite normal. And that's really where the node energy is picking up, and also the full moon. So what is this node thing? So the south node is in this 12th house, really showing that there are times in the past, maybe when you've been more intuitive, where you've maybe been more in your emotional body, more in your unconscious mind, more in a place of instinctual understanding. The south node here is maybe reminding you of when you were really good in your mind and really good with your nerves and really good with your mental health. The south node here might show you that you have some additional resources. And then the north node in this part of the chart is showing that actually the struggle right now, or the thing to attend to, is how do you keep your life going? How do you keep things in balance? How do you just manage to juggle it all? Now, in the squares to Venus, what I really get is, there's something about the past that we've forgotten about or not really picked up on, that we might have skipped over a little bit. And one of the things with Libra in this part of the chart, I think, is this desire to kind of, what's the word I want to use? I think I'm going to say whitewash, but that's not actually the word I'm looking for. Almost where, there might be some problems, there might be some insecurities, there might be some fears, and you've kind of done a broad brush stroke over it and said, no, it's all good. Everything is okay. If we hold this belief that everything is okay, then everything is okay, right? And it's almost where the energy of Libra, which is absolutely diplomatic and really wants to make everything work and balance, but where it gets a bit out of control, where we might say, no, this is the final word. Everything is okay. And if you hold that belief, you will be fine. It's a little bit authoritative. And so what I think maybe is a step that needs to be revisited is, if you've done that to yourself, if you've kind of spoken down to yourself or over-egged how you might be feeling, if you've not paid full attention to every one of your little insecurities, every one of your little upsets, your behavior patterns that have come up to be recognized, to be listened to be heard, if you've ignored them routinely and said, no, it's okay, like had these internal arguments with yourself, and if you've managed to say, no, must get on, everything's fine, no, there's no problems here, then these things are going to come up. This square is bringing up a sense of all unfinished business, especially unfinished business that has just been kind of wiped clean, like sterilized, without fully understanding why it's coming up. So this is, I think, where the sort of diversity of emotions kind of doesn't really set you up for a richness in your emotional life, or for a deeper understanding of how you can thrive. Like some of the things that you might feel sensitive about, some of the things that might have upset you in the past, there might be a really good reason why you felt upset by them, which gets overlooked when you try to kind of persuade yourself out of looking. And so I think that's really important, because it stops you from feeling what's going on and really tuning into the present moment. Like, how do you know who you really are if you've never really allowed yourself to be challenged? How do you know who you really are if you've not listened to yourself? And so I think that's a real thing that could be like coming up, and I think the way to do it is to use this Venus in Capricorn, which is to listen to everyone with discernment, with some decorum, with some grace and some class, and hear it. Be your own intuitive, kind of slightly distant, because it's Venus in Capricorn, coach. Listen to yourself. Be like a firm, but a kind but firm sort of not authoritarian hand, but a responsible hand in your own life. Be like your own, like whoever you needed to show up in your life at a certain time, like, I don't know, like a favorite teacher or someone. Be Be that person to yourself. Be that person who can say, yeah, that's hard. And what are you going to do about it? So someone that's going to listen to you and empathize, but also hold you accountable. So I think there is something going on about accountability. Don't just kind of sweep it all aside. Really, really look at it. And the benefit of that, because the North Node is here, in the 6th house, all the time you've sanitized everything and not really looked at your preferences, it makes you less effective at managing your life, because you really don't know who you are and you really don't know what's triggering you. You have a sense of it, but you've never explored it. And so when you go about your life, you're going about it without that intelligence, without the knowledge of what you really need to know to be able to thrive. So you've kind of shot yourself in the foot a little bit. So try and get that back in balance, because I have to say, this full moon on the 15th, on Friday the 15th is big, and it's in the 7th house and it's in a conjunction to Uranus. It is the unconscious mind is going to expand everything out in a sudden way, and it may well come through the people that you're related to or your partners. The people that are around you are going to be telling you what's going on and what your problem is. They're going to be reflecting back to you what you haven't acknowledged about yourself, and it could be really shocking. Now, the sun going through this 1st house really does pick up on identities, really does pick up on where your identities have got a little bit too firm. The sun coming into this part of the chart is helpful. It does kind of wake us up and it does make us feel pretty good. But as we kind of remember who we are, we can sometimes get a bit fixed about who we are, what we do. Like I don't know, like we have this little almost like an elevator pitch for ourselves, where someone says, "Oh, tell me about you." And you're like, "I'm this, ta-da." And actually these little routines that we have keep us locked in these boxes. And these little routines we have about what we believe, what our political views are, etc., etc. It's all boxing us, and it might stop us from really feeling things in a true way. So I just think this full moon is likely to really show you who you are, and anywhere where you've been unconscious and not listened to yourself, it's going to come out. So I really recommend, if you've got time, is earlier in the week, when you're kind of getting on with business and just being kind of formal and attending to what needs to be attended to, that maybe put on some podcasts that might, I don't know, give you some questions, or, kind of talk to yourself while you're cleaning. Whatever it is that works for you, do it, So last thing I want to share, what's going on with a full moon, the sun and Uranus in this week ahead is part of a much bigger pattern, that is leading us into next week, way into next week. And, the ruler of Scorpio, one of the rulers of Scorpio is obviously Mars, the other is Pluto. And Pluto next week, on the 19th, is going into Aquarius for the last time. This time, when Pluto goes into Aquarius, he's already dipped his toe in twice. He's already got a good idea as to what he's going to achieve. We are coming into a new era, a 20-year era. So we're not just busy the 15th, 17th. It's ongoing right the way through to next week. Again, there's a lot of shock that I see taking place in the world right now. And in particular around the 15th to 17th, I think the shock around America is going to be pretty big, and also around Israel. So I don't know what's going on, but I can see that the Israel chart has the full moon right on its sun. I see that Trump's chart and Vance's chart, the full moon is right on their midheaven about, their success, their effectiveness, their presence in the world. These are very, very strong acting astrological patterns. And, if things go crazy on the outside, how are you going to stay balanced on the inside? That is my question to you. And I think I'm going to leave that question hanging with you, because I think your own peace of mind is the most important thing right now. That's the only thing you've got any kind of control over, any kind of agency. And the sooner you get into and, you know, Scorpio energy. I mean, you pretty much are quite good at managing your own time and whatnot. But the sooner you find your own peace, the sooner you get your life back, completely get it back from any competing forces out there. So yeah, if I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description field, in the description box below the video. But yeah, just have a great week. You know, if I was in your shoes, and I am, because I'm got Scorpio rising, I'm seeing this week ahead as an adventure. I'm seeing it as a time to focus on the things that I'm really passionate about, and also challenge myself at every moment. You know, anytime I feel some discomfort, it's time to challenge myself. Where did that come from? How does that serve me? Is it still current right now? How can I shift this? How can I shift this and have fun? Are really, really good ways to be. And how can I know that I've got this, even if I feel really nervous? Allow your unconscious mind to bring all of these thoughts and feelings out, so that you can experience the solutions of them. So there you go. Have a great week. Hope to catch you next week as we delve into Pluto going into Aquarius. All right, take care. Speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Sagittarius. So this is quite an interesting week, isn't it? So this is the forecast, the astrological forecast, taking you from Monday the 11th of November to Sunday the 17th of November. It's a big one. We got a full moon, and it's a full moon in a conjunction with Uranus. It is going across your 12th and 6th houses. So there's an element of physical health and physical reality versus mental health and like your created, imagined reality, the unconscious reality. So there's something of the unreal and very real. We've also got Venus going into Capricorn, Mercury in a square to Saturn, and also this very strong energy of Venus in a square to the nodes. So there's a lot to be going on with. Jupiter will be coming more into action as we go into next week, as the moon passes over, and obviously as the energies in the sign of Sagittarius sort of come more into the Jupiter range. So yeah, Jupiter's kind of just hanging in there at the moment. So what I'm going to do is talk through the overarching themes of this week ahead. And yeah, if you're interested in more of a detailed day-by-day forecast, I recommend that you check out the earlier chapter called Day-to-Day Forecast, where I look and say, oh, that would be a good day to go shopping or do your washing or whatever. So let's get cracking. So the first thing to be aware of is Venus going into the sign of Capricorn, which I think of as being really quite beneficial to somebody with a Sagittarius programming. Yeah, my son's in the sign of Sagittarius. So yeah, I noticed that when Venus is coming into the sign of Capricorn, it really does, I think, correlate with a sense of receivership, a sense of being open to receiving more, like more money coming in. Also, I notice that the sense of self-esteem that I might have, or, you know, the things, you know, like wondering about my purpose, wondering how effective I am and things like that really come into play. You know, Venus is here to help smooth it over. Now, it just so happens that the way that happens for you as a Sagittarius or someone with a Sagittarius pattern, it's kind of formal. You know, Venus isn't effusive in the sign of Capricorn. Venus is actually kind of calm and practical and steady in the sign of Capricorn. You know, she is, she plays the game. She is influential. She's classy. She's low key. She's quite reserved. She does things in a clever way and a calm way. She doesn't want to make waves necessarily, and she's ambitious and she's quite happy to hang in there. But that steadiness that she gives you, I think, is quite helpful in terms of building your career, making some good money decisions, and also reassessing your true value. Is it time to put your prices up? Is it time to is it time to also recognize the feedback that is coming to you from the people you work with, and your bosses and things like that? You know, this is a time to really embrace everything that's coming in. And it's not just money, it's all of the resources, like all of the things that are coming into your life, all of the blessings that are coming in. How blessed are you right now? this is a time as Venus comes here when our blessings increase. Now, Mercury going through this part of the chart is I think allowing us to be a bit more talkative. It's definitely wanting us to talk more, but we're serious. This square to Saturn, and Saturn's in the fourth, which is at home. We're very serious at home. There's lots of changes going on at home. This is a time when things might be a bit tighter at home. You might have less time. You might have more things to do. You might not have as much money. You might be feeling a little bit poorly. Saturn, as a long-term sort of companion going through the fourth, can be a quite miserable and sometimes dire experience. And so as Saturn and Mercury link up, you might find that you're super serious, so in this week ahead, yes, you're serious. Yes, you want to get things done. Yes, you want to do things in quite a distinct and correct way, because you don't want to have to replicate them, because there's a lot going on at home right now. So between Mercury and Venus and Saturn, there's a definite sort of seriousness about Sagittarius, which is kind of ironic, really, because Sagittarians are the most playful and silly and bonkers kind of sign there is. It's ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter wants to have a belly full of big old barrel laughs. Jupiter just wants to mess around, have some fun. So yes, you are very serious about life right now, untypically so, but there's nothing to say that there's anything wrong with that. Sometimes we do need to knuckle down and be serious. And I do think, actually, wherever you are paying attention to where you're putting your energy and how you're using it, I think it's going to pay off. I think it's going to be useful. I think it's a useful practice for you, especially seeing as another thing that Sagittarians aren't really known for is they're not very moderate. They don't, Sagittarians tend to go above and beyond and way beyond. They push their limits. So, the energy of Mercury and Saturn and Venus right now could really be curtailing that a little bit, and it might feel a bit uncomfortable, but seriously, just breathe into it and recognize, sometimes I need to learn new things and practice these new ways of being, and let's just use it as a game. Let's see. I'll behave. I'll be a little bit stricter with myself. I'll see how it goes. I'll have a bit more discipline, and at the end, I'll review it and I'll see if it's worth it or not. So use it as a game. Then as we are going through the week, I think Monday to Thursday, there is that sort of seriousness going on, and must get things done. And then around the 15th, things start to get a little crazy. Now, is that it's you that's going crazy, or is it because the world is going crazy and it's kind of coming into your awareness? I think it's a bit of both. I think the energy of the full moon this month is super strong, especially given the fact that there's just been the election last week, and that lots of people are really, really happy. And also there's some lots of people in the news media and on social media who are absolutely beside themselves. So this is a really sort of treacherous time for so many people. There are some people who are happy and not wanting to show their happiness, and then there are some people that are absolutely beside themselves and not sure what to do. So how can everyone be supported? How can we all work through this? I don't exactly know. So, around the 15th, coming into that full moon, the energies are getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And, the moon, as it grows, obviously it's not growing, but as it reveals itself to us more, the emotional energy just feels more than we can cope with. I don't know how you feel, Sagittarius, around the time of the full moon. Do you feel like, oh my God, I don't think I can take it anymore? I know I definitely do. It just feels like that one last thing could be the straw that breaks my back. So yeah, I think that is the energy that's going on in the world. And, when I was looking at the charts earlier, I was almost feeling a little bit breathless about it. So, on the 15th, we are absolutely in the territory of the full moon, and people's patience are likely to be highly stressed, non-existent. People are likely to snap, really not really be themselves. I don't think any of us are necessarily going to properly be ourselves. We're all a little bit irritated because also the full moon is in a conjunction with Uranus, and Uranus values truth, freedom, independence, change, innovation. And when it is stuck, when it's stagnant, when there's a lot of emotions around it, it kicks. It really, really wants to avoid all of that. And so I do think there's going to be a lot of short, sharp, abrasive conversations taking place around this time. So just before that happens, we've got Venus in a square to the nodes. Now, this is kind of coming in for a few days and it's passing out for a few days. But, you know, these squares between the north nodes are interesting because it's implying that there's something that we've missed, something we might need to go back to before we can move forwards. And so here, the south node in the sign of Leo, in the sign of Libra, I think is showing us some of the lessons of the past that we need to understand from a new perspective. Using the very cool gaze of Capricorn, you know, Venus in Capricorn, it helps us discern more about what's been going on. So what I'm really getting from this is the south node in the sign of Libra, in this area of joint achievement, global visions, networks, our tribe, you know, the people that we might feel connected with. And they might be internet tribes, you know, they're people that you can communicate with, you might not have even met, your friends, your in-laws, your outlaws. They're all like everyone kind of outside of your usual remit of family and friends. They're there. And that's where the south node is. And in the sign of Libra, you know, one of the things I notice is, you know, Librans try to dress things up a little bit. You know, it's the eternal sign of the marketer or the customer services manager that is always smoothing things over, always making things work for everybody. And that fairness is beautiful and it's well placed. And also sometimes it shoots us a little bit in the foot because we don't actually see the true reality. And so I think what's going on here is we're reminded that where we've made these sweeping gestures and sweeping beliefs about the people in our lives, and we're trying to treat them all equally, and trying to understand that, you know, everyone has a place and everyone is here for a reason. And we've got all of these little platitudes and they've kept us alive. These platitudes, these beliefs are all really helpful. But what I think has probably happened is we haven't properly examined our individual relationships with everybody and discerned them. And so I think that's the step that is needed to be taken right now. As Venus is into Capricorn, you know, it's time to say, okay, so out of all those friends that you've just accepted, or out of all those contacts, out of all those experiences about your global vision, how many of them have come from one of your little mental rules that everything is equal, everything is okay, everything is this, everything is that? You know, how many of them have you not analyzed? How many of them have you not fully been discerning with? Now is the time to get discerning with them, because as you're coming into the future, and, you know, Venus connected, you know, in a square to the north node is almost showing that, you know, there's a lot of things that you need to do right now. Lots of things that need to be in your hands, not in the hands of everyone else, but need to be in your hands. There's some things that you want to take and kind of birth into reality, and you can't have everyone else do it for you, you know, and you can't have everyone else's views and judgments about what you want to do to affect you. This is you taking full responsibility for what you want to create, the full responsibility for it. And so what I really think is, you know, one of the things we've forgotten about by not examining everything fully is we've not had a full experience of discernment. And I think that's what's really going on as we get closer and closer to this full moon. We are being reminded that we have to discern everything, and every bit of information that we have taken on because of friends, of networks, of this, that, and the other, without putting it first through our own filters, and then try to take our filters off and then do it again. Everything that has just bypassed our rational mind, our conscious mind, our gatekeepers in our mind, everything that has just gone in and we've not had a hand in the process of being discerning about it. We're going to come unstuck. We absolutely need to look at everything again, really deeply, and calmly and gracefully, like Venus is suggesting here. And that will help us in our relationships with everyone. We'll have more real relationships based on real discernment and real decisions and real preference, not based on some idea that you had that wasn't actually real for you. So, it still doesn't mean that, the outcome might be the same, that you still treat people equally, but you're treating them equally because you've worked it out for yourself, not because you've been told to. Does that make sense? I kind of hope so. Because this is really moving you to a time to do things for yourself and to birth what feels good. Now, last of all, the full moon. So the moon is coming up here into the 6th house, which is absolutely showing us how organized we are, and also where we're trapped in our lives. With Uranus here, it's really showing a lot of the catastrophe and the moving around that's gone on in our lives, and where you've had to flex and change, and test things out a lot. And there's probably a lot of discomfort about a lot of the changes that have gone on for you in your personal life. And as the moon comes in closer to Uranus, closer and closer, it's like the tension of the changes that you've had to put up with it's just becoming really real. You can't ignore it anymore. And then as the sun is coming through this part of your chart, it's really showing you, I think, almost like where you don't have the energy and where you're fixed and really could do without having to have the energy to manage the chaos in your life. So what I really think is your sun is really, or the sun as it's coming through this part of your chart, is trying to get you to hold on to your sanity, hold on to your mental peace, hold on to your gentle, loving heart, and to have faith. And, the moon here is entering into that place of chaos, of change, of thinking, there's nothing else I can do. I've just got to go with this. So I do think at the time of this full moon, you might get to the core of how this has happened. Maybe some of this has happened because of your clinging to outdated ideas about who you are and what you're like. And so those unconscious behaviors and beliefs are playing out in your real life, and they're showing up. They're not quite congruent, and so your life looks chaotic because you're holding these beliefs about yourself and beliefs about how life looks, and they're playing out in real time. And so I really think that the sort of understanding of this particular full moon for you is going to come by recognizing how to integrate your mind and your fears and your anxieties, and to listen to them, really give them a proper voice, hear them out, make decisions about them, but don't lock them away. And then to recognize that those needs have to be accounted for in your real life. If you hide them away, like lock them away, like they're in some kind of, I don't know, well, it's almost like there's a part of you that you've locked away in your own little mental institution. It's locked away, it's sanitized, it doesn't get to see the light of day. And then you just carry on with the rest of life, and it's like, ooh, do, 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 la, 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 I'm all okay here. But actually the reality is there's an edginess, there is something about you, because you know that you've locked some of these beliefs away. You know that you've kept a part of yourself hidden. And so what is coming up is the big reveal. And, in life right now, there is the position of the full moon over Trump, Vance's and Israel's charts is showing great change and some possibly big shocks. And also the revelations, like the new knowledge that's about to drop, or these new shocking ideas that come in. It's showing, I think, a weekend of unrest, from the 15th to the 17th, and then beyond into the week ahead, as, Pluto goes into Aquarius. I don't think this handover from election day to inauguration day, I don't think it's going to be peaceful. I really don't. For a whole number of reasons. And I think the 15th to the 17th, I think it's likely to erupt. But again, as above, so below, in and out. Whatever is going on in the outer world is also a reflection of what's going on in the inner world and your own inner conflict. So don't lock your inner mental patient away. Listen to him or her. Listen, be your own coach and guide, and recognize why that inner patient of yours has these thoughts and fears and belief systems, and let them out and integrate them in, and then the conflict won't be able to exist so easily. And the chances are, if what's going on in the world out there affects you, it's because it's picking on it's triggering one of your old beliefs about yourself. So the more you are identified with these old belief systems that feel so real, but might not even be relevant now to you because you're 20, 30, 40 years older. They might not even be relevant, but it's still playing like it's really true. But most likely, if you're suffering from what's going on right now, it's because there's stuff going on out there that is reminding you of one of these old stories. And so it might not have anything to do with what's going on there, but what's going on in here. So, yeah. That sounded a bit ranty at the end. My apologies. So have a great week ahead. This is a revelation. This is, I think, a time where we're looking for emotional freedom, masses of freedom, emotional freedom for ourselves. We're looking to come out of the boxes of our identity, and to come into a natural sense of freedom and balance within ourselves. So good luck with that, Sagittarius. Let me know if you get there. And I will too. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the description field. But yeah, have a great week ahead and hope to catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Capricorn. So this is your astrological forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 11th of November, taking you all the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. How are you doing? How are you feeling right now? Your ruling planet has been retrograde for quite some time. And one thing that I think is going to really pep things up for you and make things start moving again is that your ruling planet is going direct on Saturday the 16th. That's one headline. There's so much going on right now, and what I'm doing in this forecast is really giving you the overview of the overall planetary shapes for the week ahead, where what big abiding patterns are there. For a more detailed sort of day by day forecast, check out the earlier chapter called Day-to-Day Forecast or Day-by-Day Forecast. The patterns I'm going to be looking at today are Venus going into your own sign, which I see as being very beneficial for you. Also on the sort of track of Venus, on the 15th, that's Friday, the 15th, Venus is going to be making a square to the South Node in your 10th and also the North Node in your 4th. That is going to give us a very, very strong message for the week ahead. Also, Mercury in Sagittarius is making a square to your ruling planet, Saturn. And that's really happening all week, but is exact on the 12th. So that's worth bearing in mind too. But the big news that I want to talk to you about today in this short reading is about the full moon and subsequent sun in an opposition to Uranus, which is happening on the 15th. That's the day of the full moon. And then on the 17th, the sun will be in opposition. So we'll have the moon coming into a conjunction with Uranus here. And during this week, the sun is moving into this opposition. So the sun is moving this way in Scorpio, and the moon is moving this way, edging towards, that full moon point in Taurus. This is a huge, huge energy. And given the sort of political climate right now, and you know, the feelings of people around the world. I think it's going to get whipped up into quite a big frenzy. It's very interesting that since the election, things have kind of gone fairly quiet. I think things are going to get whipped up naturally around the time of the 5th. I say naturally. Actually, I don't think they're going to get whipped up naturally. I think things like the internet and the media are going to be absolutely complicit in whipping something up. You know, anything with Uranus has a strong on-off kind of energy. So it's either full on or full off, and it's starting something or stopping something. And of course, any stops become the new starts. Uranus, I think, is an easy planet to hook all of technology on, in particular AI type things. And so I think, you know, technology, the internet is going to be a really big part of whatever is going on this day. I have spoken about some of my thoughts about politically what might be going on, because this particular full moon is lined up very strongly on Donald Trump's chart, on JD Vance's chart, and also on the country chart of Israel. So I just think whatever is coming, you know, maybe coming into being on Thursday the 14th, because there's a few aspects there, like for instance the moon makes a square to Pluto and to Mars, sort of bringing out the warlike energy. And then obviously the next day we've got this very explosive full moon. Now, you know, you can hear more about that in the earlier part of this video, but you know, from your perspective, this is the thing I'm more interested about. You know, there's out there, but then there's inside, you know, as above, so below. I really feel that is also, it's like a storyline for yourself. You know, how are you getting whipped up right now by artificial means, or artificial consciousness, or, you know, there is the consciousness, like Uranus rules consciousness, I think, in my opinion, and also the kind of artificial consciousness that we've created by the internet. And I think both will come into play around the time of the full moon. Now, where this is happening for you is actually in a very, very creative place. You know, this part of your chart is about children, so things that you've birthed, or people that you've birthed, projects that you've birthed or are birthing, you know, anything that you want to bring from inside of you onto the outside. It's a highly, highly creative place. And having had Uranus going through this part of your chart for a long time, I think you've been steadily getting more and more kind of inventive, steadily getting more ideas sort of being generated, possibly through, you know, a channel, you know, like Uranus is really a sort of channeling planet. Now, Uranus in the 5th is also, I think, highly associated with thinking differently. So I do think that since Uranus has been in this part of your chart, you've probably been feeling and thinking very differently about life. A lot of your old thoughts and belief systems have probably really changed, probably quite radically. And from that comes a whole new set of creations. So there is that going on. There is also the idea of lifting yourself up. You know, I think the 5th is about finding your joy and finding your passion in life. And so that can also translate into unusual relationships and sensuality. But also, you know, like, what is lifting you up? You know, it could be a hobby that turns into a profession. To me, everything that you are creating right now on your own, very sort of purposefully, you know, is going to have a huge effect on you. And as the moon comes into this full moon position, in a conjunction on Uranus, I really see that something takes off and also almost explodes. You know, it gets maybe you know, ideas are coming in so fast and furiously that something big is about to kind of, I don't want to say explode in your mind, because I don't want to put any like horrible words like that in your head, but like things get almost so big that you can't cope with them, and it can be very exciting. So, you know, this could be part of a deeply creative cycle in terms of what your legacy is and what you want to bring to Earth right now. So I think this is exciting. I mean, if you have got children, and in particular, there's an existing problem with your children, necessarily, maybe in terms of their life or their education or their health, then those issues may well also get expanded upon in a slightly uncomfortable way. And here's the thing, Uranus also finds solutions. Uranus is inventive. So it may also be that during this week ahead, in particular around the time of the full moon, that you're all of a sudden getting a channel, getting clues, getting ideas, like little synchronicities that are leading you to the solution that you needed to find for your children, or for your project. So you can see how that might work. Now, here's the thing that gets interesting. The sun, wherever the sun is, traveling through your chart, it's showing part of your self-expression as it changes. You could think about it, over the course of a day. At some point in the day, the sun is rising. We're the hormones in our body are kind of waking us up, and as it gets to midday, we might be wanting to celebrate or eat or meet with people, and there are all these different parts of the day, and then there's a part of the day when we go to bed. Similarly, as the sun moves around all the different signs of the zodiac, there are different parts or different times to your year ahead. And right now, with the sun going through this part, I really think it's showing, in particular, because it's in the sign of Scorpio, which can be fixed and quite emotional. It really shows the sort of pressure that you might get from outside influences, in particular friends, networks, in-laws, stepchildren, working relationships, and also any kind of group or association or like tribe that you share a global vision for. I really think this part of the chart is about global visions and things that we might sign up for a little bit. In many respects, this is about your passion and this is about the global passion. But here the sun, as it's coming in, is really showing where there's pressure to maintain your identity within the group, or there is pressure for you to kind of stay the same, because there's a lot of fixed emotion around the global vision right now. So if you're part of a group or a working group, they might seem to be very recalcitrant and absolutely stubborn and in an emotional outcry, and are trying to hold their position. And that is really uncomfortable against this kind of very experimental, very growth-based, very solution-based, and sometimes shocking consciousness that's coming in for you, and the fact that you've been thinking differently for quite some time. And so, if that's you, if you can, if you recognize that in your own life, then you might find that the time of this full moon is almost blowing you apart a little bit. And again, sorry to use that kind of terminology. I'm not talking about you, actually doing that literally. But, the energy of Uranus is very choppy and quite, it when it grows, and it's when it stops, it just stops. So, it's stop. With Uranus energy, I don't think there's really any going back. It creates a difference, quite a big difference and quite a big change. So to me, this is an evolutionary thing that you're going through right now. And you may well find that you're not so much in alignment with people that you used to be, and actually that the excitement is coming in for you. But, on Sunday the 17th, it might feel very difficult, in particular if there are some very specific people who are wanting you to be working with the collective, whereas right now you're really valuing your own independence and the opportunity to make your own mind up. Now let's move to Venus and Capricorn, which actually happens earlier in the week, literally as we're going into the new week ahead on the 11th. Venus moves out of Sagittarius and into Capricorn. Now, this is helpful for you because Venus, I always think when Venus crosses this line and comes into our first house, that it's almost like a virtual makeover. In my experience, every year when this happens to me, something happens that allows me to somehow, I don't know, give myself a bit more energy, give myself a little bit more love, or something occurs, something comes in, like some kind of gift that helps me to, I don't know, lift myself up somehow. This is the body, and this is a lot about your identity, this part of the chart. And so Venus coming in here is smoothing things over for your identity, is bringing in higher levels of charm and ease and grace and class, especially in the sign of Capricorn. You know, and Venus in Capricorn is particularly classy, and she is discerning. You know, so in recent times when Venus has been in the sign of Sagittarius, no doubt you felt a little bit spontaneous, experimental, easy, like really easygoing, but it's been quite unconscious where it is in your chart. And actually, I think you prefer the formality of having Venus in Capricorn, you know, because all of a sudden, you know what you're relating to. You can, it's almost concrete. You can kind of see how you're relating with people. It does naturally come at a time when people are more naturally formal. And actually, on the 12th as well, when Mercury also, you know, going through Sagittarius like Venus was, you know, Mercury in this current position is in quite an intuitive place. It's very difficult to understand where your thoughts are coming from. It's like they just kind of arrive in your mind. But Mercury is in a square to Saturn. And again, that formalizes how you are in your communities and kind of formalizes how you're communicating. You know, they are quite stressed together, and it can bring about a certain amount of dampened thinking and feeling. You know, Mercury and Saturn in stressful positions can show a sort of almost depressive mentality. And I'm not saying that you are like that, but you know, it's more a message for everyone actually. If you already have a predisposition for feeling a bit dampened, then Mercury square Saturn and Venus in Capricorn can dampen it down a bit. But I think for you and your particular vibration, you've got a lot of Capricorn, whether it's your ascendant, your moon, or your sun. I think the first part of the week is encouraging you to be more practical, be a bit more low key, to not take things too seriously, whilst also attending to the matters at hand. So if information comes in, you know, lots of people could go, what? And blow it out of proportion, but you're taking everything as information and being very practical and discerning about it. You know, you're questioning it. There's a lot of decorum that I see coming in, and this is absolutely right up your street. It really, really suits you. So don't go against your natural instincts. But one thing I would say is, if you do have these like flashes of inspiration, you know, Uranus here and the moon coming into that on the full moon, and also Mercury going through here, is likely to make you a lot more intuitive in this week ahead. So kind of enjoy it. So the first part then, you know, the 11th until the 14th, let's say, I do see you kind of cracking on and getting on with work. And then as the week progresses, you know, the moon moves literally, it starts the week in a conjunction with Saturn. But as the moon progresses, it is getting bigger and bigger and bigger in the waxing gibbous phase. So it is raising your emotions and raising the amount of stuff coming at you. I often feel quite overwhelmed at this time because it just feels like, how much more can I cope with right now? Like there's too much coming in. So it will be important to manage that as we're going through the week. And so this is the crux of the week, I say, and that's on Friday the 15th. We've got this Venus square node, which I want to explain right now. So Venus in your first is helpful. She is bringing you lots of kind of image goodies. She's helping you feel better in your body, maybe creating a sense of ease in your body where things are flowing, and that there is I think of it as almost like a makeover aspect, you know, Venus in the first house. But she's making a square to the south node and the north node, and whenever planets make a square to the south node and the north node, the south node and the north node, I think there is this issue of timing. And also, there's this idea of skipped steps, that you've skipped a step that you were meant to take. You know, maybe you overlooked something, maybe something isn't quite right. And so it gives us a clue as to what was needed. Now, the south node in the 10th, I think, is showing that there's a lot of things that are naturally coming out in your career. almost like you already knew what to do. You're working from a level of conscious competence, where you've done things over and over and over again. You've got really good at them, and that's great. Now, in the sign of Libra, there is also this idea that not only have you got really, really good and things are quite easy, but things are maybe quite well marketed. Everything is kind of glossy. Everything is well covered with that Libran veneer. And so, one thing that Venus might be showing right now is that you've got into easy street in terms of your career, that, you've got these set procedures, these set ideas, you've got this conscious competence, like this learnt behaviors that work, and how to kind of wrap it up and tie it in a bow. That's not exactly moving you forwards. It's got you where you are right now, and actually the time is to step it up, because if you rest on these laurels, it's not going to help you move forward. It's not going to give you any conflict. Like the idea that a little grain of sand is what helps to create a pearl. I'm actually wearing pearls today. Wore these on my wedding day, and my daughter saw it and said, "Oh, you must put those on." So thank you, Minnie. This is helping me. It's reminded me about pearls. But the idea of a grain of sand being that little bit of an irritant, because we need an irritant to be able to produce something quite beautiful. So I think what this is representing is where you've glossed over things and kept everything level, kept all of your processes, or adopted a series of processes that would make everything easy. It hasn't created enough grit to move you to the next level. And so if you do want to go to that, you might be very happy where you are, but if you are wanting to push it just a bit more to the next level, and also really help to invoke this beautiful, creative, expansive, and surprising and possibly shocking energy, then you need to get some of the grit from the North Node and start to understand what that might be showing. Another thing that occurs to me, given that it feels like there's a bit of a breaking point between possible colleagues or work culture, or like shared dreams and goals and things like that there is this tension. It might be that some of these attitudes you've had in work are learned from the collective and they're no longer applicable to you. So that's another way of seeing it. Now, the North Node here is really showing there's challenges at home. There's a challenge to maybe be at home more. There's a challenge to transform things at home more. But what I really see here, and the North Node is coming to the end of its journey in the sign of Aries by mid-January. That's changing, but the North Node is showing us what we need to incorporate into our world, and so it's saying, there is a need to incorporate yourself. There is a need to incorporate your selfishness. And, like selfishness has been turned into something horrendous. Like the idea that you might look after yourself first has been, I think, manipulated and turned into an act of great evil. So if you can bear to, and I'm sure you can because you're a Capricorn and Saturn's your ruler, you can see, you can make sense of things in quite a practical way. If you can see where you've not fully followed your own instincts and things that might actually help you, as opposed to the collective, that's where you need to focus on now. Now, this might sound really horrendous, me suggesting that, but listen just for a sec more before you turn off, because if you attend to yourself and invest in you, what you might produce with this here, without anyone's say so, without anyone's pressure, without anyone's manipulations, or sort of peer pressure, you might come up with something so original right now and so you, that lifts you up and makes you feel so real, that your contribution might have a much bigger impact than your contributions could ever have had were you just following the crowd. So I see that this week ahead is about you saying, no, I am standing in my own light and I'm prepared to shine my light and create it fully on my own. I'm prepared to let go of any peer pressure right now and come up with something truly original. Because I don't think anyone can come up with anything original when they are continuously listening to other people's thoughts and their own upsets and triggers and this, that, and the other. You know, it takes a brave and courageous soul to be able to stand for what really works for you. And what really works for you might be that you are connecting to a different group, who knows, or that you are, I don't know, you're going deeper into your philosophies or lighter into your philosophies. But it's important that you are making that move for yourself. And I realize that all of that languaging, you know, that I've just shared could absolutely inflame so many different parts of a political ideology. You know, it feels that anything where you're helping yourself is almost anathema to so many other people. It's like, how could you do that? It's like heretic. And yet I really do think that when you are being yourself, like if everyone was truly being themselves right now, we would, I think, be able to create something truly beautiful and unique and practical that works. You know, I think we are all here with a little seed inside us of potential, and that seed is needed. You know, like everybody's seed. This sounds gross now. Everybody's intuition, everybody's little gift is meant to come out. And you know, when we're pressured to adapt our gift or give our gift away or ignore our gift to norm, to a set of ideas, then we are not honoring our life fully. You know, they're just my personal thoughts, but it's also what's coming up as I'm looking at this, you know. And actually, when you're being yourself, things will be much easier at home, you know, because you are being yourself. Everybody that knows you will know that they know the real you, not the homogenized you, not the changed you. Now, I think this kind of energy in your chart is going to be much easier for you because you've got the Capricorn programming. Again, Capricorns, you know, have a long-term view and they know that there's going to be a bump in the road here and there. They're very practical about it. So yeah, I guess this overall message to you, Capricorn, for the week ahead is use your discernment and tune in, really tune in. And you might need to take a step back from tuning into the ideas of others. But this week is about tuning into you, and you may well be super surprised. And obviously, there are going to be some world things going on. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some very big shakes going on, especially towards the end of the week. But the more you are in your own space and doing your thing, doing what's right for you, the easier everything will be for you and also, I believe, the collective. So there you go. I think you're going to get more confident as this week goes on. So have a good one. If I can be of any help, then get in touch. All of my details are below in the description box to this video. So yeah, hope to catch you next week, because next week Pluto is leaving your sign. So time for a bit of a celebration and also to consider what that might mean for you. So anyway, have a good one, Capricorn. Catch you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Aquarius. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 11th of November, right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. Now, this is a big week, and it's a massive one, I would say, for you, because one of your ruling planets, I mean, one of them's Saturn, and there's a few kind of Saturn-y type things going on, but the other one is Uranus, and boy, oh boy, is Uranus is in the spotlight this week in a major way. So let's, first of all, before I get going, let's just sort of define a couple of things. First of all, if you're looking for a day-to-day forecast, check out the earlier section called day-to-day forecast in this video, and I'll be detailing the kinds of activities you might want to go through for the week ahead. You know, it's more of a practical update. If you want to know what might be going on politically, there are some political changes going on, quite surprising ones, towards the end of this week, from say the 14th, 15th, right the way through to the 17th, and actually into next week. It's like the 14th right the way through to the 21st, 22nd, just to me seems like a everything is like screeching. All of the aspects are like, it just feels like high energy times. So and Uranus is part of that. Uranus is really setting it off. So your energies are in that. So the political side of things is also earlier in this session, and also I put in some Sabian symbols around that, which might be useful for you to listen to, given that Uranus is so integral in your chart this week. In this particular forecast, this little section, whether you've got your moon in Aquarius, your sun in Aquarius, or your ascendant in Aquarius, what I'm focusing on is the overall planetary picture for the Aquarian energy. There are four big things I'm considering. The first one is the move of Venus into the sign of Capricorn for you. Also, Mercury in a square to Saturn for you in this week ahead. Venus in a square to the South Node and North Node, and the impact of that. Like, what have you left out? What do you need to revisit? And then finally, this is the big one. We've got the full moon. So the sun is here, the moon is here, and this is also where Uranus is. And then on the 17th, 2 days later, the sun is exactly in opposition to Uranus. The moon will have sodded off by then, but the sun in opposition to Uranus. So effectively, you've got on the 15th, the moon in a conjunction to Uranus, which is also at the time of the full moon, big, high emotions. And of course, 2 days later, the sun in opposition to Uranus, one of the most shocking energies every year that happens. Thankfully, it's not a long-term effect, but it is changing the way we're reacting to things in quite a big way. So that's where we're going. Now, one of the reasons why I think this week gets bigger and bigger and bigger and seems to get more fraught, more emotional as we go through is the fact that we're in a waxing gibbous phase. It's already big as we're going into the week ahead. It's bigger, 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 bigger. I'm thinking now of a pregnant woman, getting bigger, 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 to the point where she just can't hold her baby in, and it's time for birthing. And if you've given birth, you'll know what this is like. I've given birth 3 times. And it is a shocking event, as that separation between mother and child occurs. It is a huge, huge event. And Uranus is shocking. It is about the separation of things, because things have grown too big and things need to change, things need to evolve and adapt. And that's how the journey goes. The mother has a new relationship to the child. It's no longer inside. It's outside, and the full moon is like that. Things get so big. All the emotions are kind of kept inside and kind of contained. And then it gets too much. We can't quite cope with the level of intensity that's going on. And so we need to manage those energies. And the time of the full moon can be, and you might know, ask yourself, how do I get around the time of the full moon? Is this something that affects me, or do I am I cool as a cucumber during these times? Because that also makes a difference. And then after the full moon and the sort of hysteria that can come up, the very, very strong emotions, then the moon starts to kind of come back in. It doesn't shrink, but it appears to disappear before our very eyes. But the combination of the full moon and Uranus, which is shocking, exciting, spontaneous, inventive, technological, it's on, it's off, it's sudden, it's chaotic, it's chaos. All of that is programmed into the full moon programming. And then I said I was going to start with Venus and Capricorn, but I'm going to start here right at the end of the week and work backwards. But, on the 17th, a couple of days later, so it feels like something is shocking, maybe the world, and maybe also there is something going on for you that is bringing up a deep reaction. But then as the sun moves in a couple of days later into the exact opposition, to me, there is an invitation for us to lose something that we're identifying with. The sun really shows what we're identifying with at any moment. And it's in the sign of Scorpio, which is fixed and it's emotional. So it's a fixed water sign. We've got a fixed point of view. We've got a very, very fixed, possibly a big trigger. and we're really identified with it. And then Uranus in opposition is a massive challenge. To me, I think this is a moment of discovery or disclosure. This is a moment where information, because Uranus is a higher harmonic of information, it's a higher harmonic of Mercury. Is this going to sort of expand our mind so much so that we have to let go of our positions, or that it becomes futile to have any positions? For instance, like it would appear, if you watch, I usually say mainstream media, but you know what? It feels more like saying corporate media is more accurate. But it may well appear in corporate media that there is a very, very strong polarity, that's very equal, that half of people feel this way and half of people feel this way, and they're wrong and these ones are right. It feels very much like we have this polarized world from what we're being told, and there are values put to each side, and these values, these very sort of fixed emotional values, are there. And I think around the time of the full moon and beyond that, we might realize that we can never know the truth. We can absolutely not ever know anything. We can be lied to, we can be manipulated. None of our information is necessarily coming firsthand, unless there are little bits. You may well have some personal experience which is yours, but a lot of everything else is told to us. And so I think at this time we might either give up our positions because something big and shocking comes in and it wakes us up in a way we've never ever kind of considered before, and it's like I can't believe this, and it's so shocking that we have to drop it, or that we say enough. I can't have any positions. Having positions is the thing that creates the problems. So it might be that we just decide, or that you decide, that being positioned here or positioned here creates problems for you. It sets you on a new life path, but it is difficult to manage because you're living half your life, you're living half your potential, because things aren't integrated. And so is this coming to an integration point where there is just this new, I'm going to take everything based on my personal experience right now and not listen to anything else? I don't know, but there is such a strong mind change going on right now. Now, Uranus also gives us a thirst for freedom and a thirst for independence, in particular natural freedom, like freedom that comes from us. It really gives us this sense. So it's not necessarily that we're told we're free or we're told we're not free, but that you feel it in your body. And so again, this is really quite shocking. Now, how it's lined up in your chart, it's like the shocks are coming to the fourth house, which is the place of the home. And so to me, it feels like there are things that are shaking your level of security. Maybe there's changes at home. Maybe you're going to, I don't know, change the layout of your home or do some spring cleaning, which would be a fantastic example of using that energy in and around your home. But, the fourth is also about our childhood and our belief systems and behaviors that have come from our childhood and our childhood experience and everything that we've learned about our parents. So we might get a shock. We might actually realize, all the time we've been rebelling against our parents, that actually we're now more in alignment with them than we've ever been. There's all these sorts of changes of positions and shocks. Suffice to say, the fact that it's happening down here, I think, is an indication that there is a change in behavior. Something is coming up, which the effect of it could change your behaviors in quite a considerable way. And then there's resistance at the top, Scorpio, the Scorpio sun. To me, it feels like there are some aspects of your life right now where you feel like it's hard-won experience. You've got to the top, you've got to a place that you feel quite comfortable in, and you have a way of being. The sun is our identity, and that identity has been a heavily contested prize. It's a hard-won prize. It's come with years of experience and ups and downs and this, that, and the other. So whatever is going on seems kind of seismic and catastrophic. And please excuse that I've used the word catastrophic, because that implies it's a horrible shock. There can be shocking events that turn out actually to be a relief, so please don't think, because I'm talking about this in quite a forceful way, that it means your life is going to turn around and everything's going to go wrong. In actual fact, this could be one of the best turning points that you're having in your life. This could be the start of a really, really big turning point, and actually feel magnificent. But it might just feel a little bit at first, but lead on to something so much more rewarding, because now you've been challenged, and maybe you've accepted the challenge to see more and experience more and integrate different sides of yourself. It all sounds political, because we've been told that there are sides, and that's our kind of outer experience of life, but there are internal parts of you that have maybe got separated because of these outside events, these outer consciousnesses. And really this week is about bringing it together and making sense of it. And I think it's going to revolutionize, and which is another sort of Uranian word. Things are stirring, things are changing, things are evolving, and it's like a revolution within you. Very deep change in identity. So I said I was going to work back, because this is like the end event of the week. But actually, where the week starts, we are coming, actually, funnily enough, into a somber time as the week starts. Venus going into Capricorn is quite serious and practical. Mercury square Saturn is quite straightforward, short, curt speaking. When we're not wanting to have these long explanations and conversations. No, we want to keep things brief, practical, easy, unattached, non-attached. We are possibly a bit cautious about how we're speaking, and then when we are speaking, we might sound a little bit official and officious. There is a seriousness, there is a kind of serious cast at the start of this week, and from the 11th to the 14th, I think it's a perfect time to be getting on with your life and working on kind of piecing it together. And taking practical actions. I think that's all very, very helpful. And in fact, if you do know that there are things stirring at home, as this Uranus full moon might imply, you might want to start building some of those little things in place before the full moon. Maybe start moving some of the things around at home before the full moon, so that you don't feel the fullness of that impact hit on the 15th. But, as you're coming into this week ahead, it's kind of serious. It feels like must get on, must do this, must do that, blah, blah, blah. Let's get it done. Now, at the time of the full moon, Venus is also in a square to the North Node and the South Node. Now, the South Node is here in the 9th house, and the North Node is here in the 3rd house. And to me, this is quite a clear message that for a while now, your focus has been out into the big world, out into a place of ideology. Like the 9th house is about our ideals, our beliefs, our religions, our spirituality, and also our travels, our adventures. But the South Node is also showing what has passed. And, it might show us where it's helped us in the past, but it's not part of our future right now. And it's interesting that the South Node has been in the sign of Libra, because prior to the South Node being in Libra, which is a Venus-ruled sign, the North Node and South Node, the North Node was here in a Venus-ruled sign, and the South Node was here. So like 3 years ago, where the North Node was, it was bringing us into this ideology of we must support everyone, we must be like it's more about togetherness and less about individuality. And that was what we were needing to learn. But for the last 18 months or so, the South Node energy of Libra which is about supporting everyone and everything, including everyone and everything, keeping everything on an even keel, being absolutely diplomatic, to, like in excess. The South Node has really ruled in the last couple of years, or in the last 18 months, where in actual fact, the North Node is what we're supposed to be moving on to. So like 3 years ago, yes, it was appropriate that we had this kind of wake up call, and it said, you know what, we do need to care for other people a lot more. We need to bring in extra care, and we need to maybe step outside of our ego a little bit, as we were stepping away from Scorpio and into Taurus. But when those flipped 18 months ago, 17 months, 16, 17 months ago, we were persisting with the idea of equality. And actually what the nodes are saying is, it's got out of balance. And now it is time to come back into ourselves and consider our own energy and where we're going, but from the idea that we are still connected. So it's very, very different from the Scorpio South Node, which was saying, sorry, this is going off on a tangent a little bit, but this will come back and make sense. Like the idea of, what is, like, how is selfishness okay? We've been on this journey over the last 3 years of exploring selfishness and complete care for other people and trying to get the balance. And, I think what the mindset and where the nodes are certainly showing us is that we can care for people, but if we don't fill up our own cup, the kind of care we can give to other people is really actually quite poor. And so, we've been shown what we need to, how we might need to care for people, but we've also been shown that we need to come back into ourselves and get the balance right. And possibly that's why the election has gone the way the election has gone in America. Eventually, in January, this North Node is going to go into Pisces, and it's going to become more collective, that we are collectively able to look after ourselves, but remember that we are connected. And I think that is probably the optimum that the North Node is showing us. So to wind this back again, Venus in Capricorn, in this square to the nodes is really showing us that the need for freedom and your perspective of seeing such a bigger picture and seeing where everything needs to be put right, and being in this place of complete ideology all the time is not practical or feasible, because there is also a need to replenish at the community level. So it's at some level, I can't believe I'm saying this because I understand I'm going to be upsetting so many people. At some level, it feels like your focus has to come back to your community and not out into the big world and all of the disasters and all of the ups and downs, but come back into you. Because if you're investing more in your local community and helping build up yourself and others within your local community, what you could do together could be far more glorious for the world, because you'll be starting something that vibrates out, that mirrors out, and other communities, other individuals will know that they've got to be okay in themselves, and then from that place of health and stability, it comes out and you spread it around your community. So I really see that the step that this Venus square node is suggesting is that anywhere where you are caring outside of your own environment and caring outside of your own local experience, the balance needs to come back to you, because you'll wear yourself out, and you won't have anything to show for it other than the upset and the trauma and the victimhood that happens when you give and don't get replenished. So it's quite a hard message. And Venus coming through here as well is also tuning you into so much intuition, and maybe body intuition, into the sort of like mental health. It's really showing that this is actually a time of self-nourishment, coming into self-care, and to realize that you've done a great job. You've really done a great job in helping others for such a long time. And yet now it is time to take that back to you, really, truly. And so again, this full moon coming up is likely to rock a lot of your feelings, your thoughts and feelings and behaviors. So I see this, Aquarius, for you as a massive turning point, almost like one of the biggest turning points in this whole year. So I hope this goes really, really well for you, and that you can use the energies of change and innovation and like literally a new start. I hope you can integrate it and use it in a way that's going to, bring you so much more joy, because it feels so much more real. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. If you do need a bit of help unpacking it, then just get in touch. All of my details below. You can find the links underneath. But have a great week ahead. And like next week, as we're coming into this, coming into the next forecast, the big news will be that Pluto has finally moved into the sign of Aquarius. So this is, this is 1 week that is leading into another. This is a huge time for you. So lots of love, and hopefully catch up with you soon. Bye for now. Okay, Pisces. So this is the forecast taking you from Monday, the 11th of November, right the way through to Sunday, the 17th of November. This is a huge week for the world, I think. Much bigger than last week, with the election and everything. This is a week that starts off quite slowly. The fact that we've got Venus in Capricorn, Mercury square Saturn, it feels a little bit like we are wanting to sit back, reflect and discern a lot more than usual. And as the week progresses, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, almost like it's a noise. Someone's turning up the volume and it gets louder and louder and louder. And so what I'm going to do in this forecast is look at the overall abiding patterns that are going on in this week ahead, and really prep you for them. If you're more interested in a day-by-day breakdown, then check out the day-by-day forecast earlier in this video, where I say, on this day, you might choose to do these kinds of activities. So between the two of them, they should give you quite a good heads up. So we start the week with the moon in Pisces, in a conjunction with Saturn, and later in a conjunction with Neptune, which is one of your ruling planets. And the moon is growing, it's growing. It's in a waxing gibbous phase. Then it's at boom, full moon on the 15th here. And then it continues. And by Sunday, the 17th, it ends the journey in the sign of Gemini as it starts to wane and get smaller. This build up towards the full moon is a very sort of strong emotional energy. I don't know how you feel at the time of the full moons, usually, Pisces. I know that things tend to feel a bit overwhelming for me, and I've got my moon in Pisces, so it feels like there's lots of intuitive information coming my way, and I almost am trying to file it all, trying to work out how do I like integrate this into my life. Oh God, that feels like that's going to take me out of balance. And so it is a time that's quite full, and what is more significant about this full moon is that it's in a conjunction with Uranus, so it's super strong, possibly shocking. To me, it's an information disclosure. Uranus is a higher harmonic of Mercury. It absolutely confers an information overload of some sort. And, obviously these are things that are going on around the world. This isn't just for you and me because of my Pisces moon, but this is for everybody. This is something that's going on. There are strong reactions coming up in this week ahead. Now, obviously, when the moon is full, it's in opposition to the sun. That's how that full moon occurs. And so we've got the full moon in a conjunction with Uranus. And then a couple of days later, the sun just nudges into place and it's exactly opposite Uranus. And that's when I think the fun really begins. So I think there's definitely something going on around the 15th, and that level of intensity possibly tips over the edge, almost like I guess how I'm seeing it is like a dam that water is coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in. And on the day of the full moon, maybe there's a little breach in the dam, it cracks open in a couple of places, and we're trying to piece it together and put it back. But then on the 17th, the pressure, it goes and everything, like water's everywhere. So that's quite a dramatic and very much and very handy explanation of what I think is going to happen. It almost looks like someone's behind me doing my hands, doesn't it? So I think these energies are really, really big. And, from a Piscean perspective, which is absolutely one foot in this reality, and also like, another foot in this kind of veiled reality, this intuitive reality, I suspect you're already feeling some of this coming in, and also realize this is a massive intuitive change for a lot of people. It's not just about information overload, but I think there is an intuitive knowing that's coming in this week ahead, which could really shock the pants off people, because not everyone is as well versed as you and I are on intuition and emotions and like that sort of psychic knowing. This could be an event that actually takes people to a whole deeper level of reality. Like most people are really in this physical reality where I'm like knocking on my desk, very, very hard reality. When in fact, there are many realities that we are continuously living in, including this psychic realm. And I think that becomes really obvious as this week goes on. So Venus in Capricorn is where I want to start. When Venus goes into Capricorn, I see this as being quite helpful for you in particular, because it is adding a bit more constancy in terms of your relationships. It feels like you just want to be very straightforward, possibly a bit formal, maybe not using so many words. It's more about quality rather than quantity. And so there is a feeling of class, decorum, discernment around your relationships and how you are socially. This part of the chart is very social, and it's about our collective visions. And so you might be holding back a little bit. You might be slightly more reserved than usual, and that's completely okay. In fact, keeping a slight distance from people could be quite useful this week. So not only are you picking up on your stuff and on world events, but you probably don't need the added confusion of picking up on all of your friends' thoughts and feelings. So, having Venus in Capricorn is almost like a gatekeeper, keeping people just slightly out of your reach. And then when you are in touch with them, it's kind of formal and short and brief and courteous and just right. So you're not overextending into other people's business and vice versa. It feels quite good. Mercury square Saturn, Mercury is in quite a strong place right now, even though it's in Sagittarius, which isn't very strong for Mercury. But it feels like there have been lots of insights that you've had about work, about your legacy, how you stand in the world, how you are a responsible person. And then with Saturn in the first, again, there's, over the last couple of years since March of 2023, since Saturn came into Pisces, to me, it feels like you are on a path of responsibility anyway. You're trying to make significant changes to feel more responsible, more together. And so these two, they're stressed out. Mercury doesn't feel as chatty, and Saturn is quite stern and slightly somber in this part of the chart. But what I really see is you're holding your positions. You're aware of what's going on inside you. You're aware of all of your thoughts about your career and how you are in the world. I think, if anything, your life plan is evolving, and you might not be all zippity-doo-dah and over enthusiastic and over happy and this, that, and the other. To me, you're quite sober right now. And it feels like you're in your right mind, and it feels like you have cleared out some of the rubbish from here and the rubbish from there. And it feels like you've pared everything down so that you know who you are, where you're going, what you're doing, and how you might, how it might all take place. You might have even got it in a timeline, which for you is really, really organized. The Pisces energy kind of drifts and dreams and wobbles from side to side. And we often change our ideas according to who we're with. And that's another reason why, with this Venus in Capricorn, it's important to keep your own business, because if you can steady yourself and not be influenced by everybody else's noise, things are much steadier. So I see this first part of the week in particular as a very steadying effect for you. Really, really good. Now, the nodes here are fascinating. So I always think, and there is this astrological idea that there are these skipped steps that we go through when like the nodes are always in opposition. So the south node is there and the north node currently is here. Any planet that comes into an exact square between the two is showing where there is a step that we have missed along the way. There's something going on right now that we've maybe missed. We need to take a relook at and move forwards with this new knowledge. And to me, what this is showing just at the time of the full moon is that there's something psychologically, I think, that you've tried to gloss over. The south node in Libra is really trying to maintain everything calm, equal, placid. We've micromanaged ourselves a little bit. So there is an area of your life, I think, a psychological one to do with expectations maybe that people have on you, and maybe regrets and things like that. I think you maybe have downplayed some of past events. You've kind of glossed it all over. And maybe you did it. How sometimes people have loads of ideas and they say, okay, I'm just going to park that here for a minute and I'll come back to this in 6 months. I think there are some aspects of your life that you've parked for a while. And now it's time to realize that you need to pay for the parking. So, it's helpful. It's been very helpful to park it for a while, but there is a cost that is incurred. Every time there's something going on that you don't fully look at, there will be a ramification of that. And so right now, and in particular around the 15th, it becomes very clear that the parking needs to be paid, or you need to move your car. You need to pick up that issue and move it and deal with it. So something that is ready to be dealt with now. And the North Node in the second house, in the area of self-value, self-worth, receivership, and also your earnings, I think is this thing. And both of these houses have something to do with money. So you might have parked, maybe not something psychological, but it might have been something that you've borrowed. So you might have parked, like you might have borrowed some money, or needed help with money, or been doing something with crypto or investments and things like that. And maybe you've left them for a while and now it's time to review those. But whatever it is you've parked that has to do with other people's values, i.e. like all of those emotions I said, like guilt, shame, blame, anger, resentment, that's coming from the sides, that's to do with other people's ideas and values that you should have that maybe you don't, or banking and financial things, that's other people's money that you're using. So this is about values that you've parked that maybe aren't strictly your own, and the time is now to bring them all back to you and to focus on you. So to bring the money to you, to bring the earnings to you, or to bring the self-esteem, like bring the lessons of, oh, I didn't meet that person's expectation, but hey, what I've learned is, if I'm living by other people's expectations, I'll never be happy. Actually, I prefer to be happy. And so you're bringing it to you. So where you're actually needing to focus right now is your self-esteem, that it's okay to be okay with yourself, to work out your true value, and to appreciate yourself for who you are. And so that's really the step you need to take right now. And so the square with Venus, which is you keeping a bit of a distance from other people, and then when you do see them, managing them tightly so that their noise doesn't impact your current direction, that becomes more obvious. So the next step of that is You don't want their noise to become part of your experience right now, because you are practicing self-love. You are practicing self-value and high esteem, and up leveling all of that. And it's very difficult to do that when there's other people's noise. Even if they're saying, oh, you're so good, you don't have to hear it from other people. You need to hear it from yourself. So this is a time to love the self. Now, the great thing about that is it's also happening at the time of the full moon. So with that in mind, like, you have to love yourself. It's time to bring it all back to you. Let's have a look at this full moon. So Uranus has been going through this part of your chart for a while, which is showing upset in your community, changes in your community. I don't know why I giggled slightly there. I think it's nerves. So Uranus has been showing how you can be unique within your community, where you can be completely yourself, be completely independent in your community. And in terms of what you're learning about life and how you're experiencing it, that you want to have a lot more freedom around your local friends, your local context. This is a time of deep, like learning and changing, and what you're learning right now might be a bit shocking, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of exciting. There is something about learning to have more freedom. And so as the moon comes into this place, it is absolutely bringing up this desire to learn to have more freedom, and maybe learn to be more free in your environment, and also recognize that maybe your environment is breaking down somewhat. Maybe some of the big voices, going back to the fact that there are maybe friends that you want to keep slightly away from you at the moment, just so that you get the time to know what's yours, and what you're really thinking before you get that sort of Pisces inevitable merge that happens between people. So yeah, there's change going on at the level of where we belong. And right now you're wanting to feel more free and more independent and more aware within the community you live in. What is making that quite difficult is anywhere where you've got an identity that is forged in ideals, and like, these are my ideals. These should be the things that are determining how life is. The ideals actually are causing more conflict than they're not, like we often have ideals because we think they're going to lead to peace. And yet the ideals, and, they're not necessarily based on practical experience. The ninth house here, and I feel quite nervous saying this, because I know that I have lots of different people with different viewpoints that listen to this, and this might sound really hard, because we are at a moment in time where ideals have been running our world for a really long time, ideologies. And right now, those ideologies seem to be at the cause of conflict. And what I see here, especially for the Pisces energy, is anywhere where you've got boxed in your ideologies, that is separating you from communities. It's also separating you from true connection with people. So, the sun going through this part of your chart is encouraging you to learn more, and encouraging you to make your context even bigger and to include even more of the world. But actually, sorry about my dog barking. Silly sausage. The moon and Uranus down here is actually wanting you to focus inward. So not so much outward, but more towards your actual real community right now. If you're applying the outer ideals of what you think should go on in the world to your local community, it's not going to work, because your local community and the outer world are different. They might have some things like humans in them, and they might have some similar problems, but each community deals with their problems in their own unique way, because each community has a series of individuals that are all individual, and they must come to their own consensus. So it's to me, it's a real sort of battle. It's interesting because I noticed in the corporate media this week that there's a lot of people saying, well, the reason there is this schism is because not everyone is intelligent, is as intelligent as us. They're ignoring, the teachers, the doctors, the lawyers, the professors, the this, that, and the other. And there's this real divide between those who have studied and therefore should be followed from their opinion, and those who have not studied and are being regaled and put down for appearing to be dumb. And the schism between the sun and the moon across the 3rd and the 9th is really quite pernicious here for the sign of Pisces. You may well feel that the intellectual thing is to consider the bigger, wider world and to apply it internally. And yet what's really going on here is the internal world is kind of blowing up because it's saying, no, we need to be individuals. So there are a whole series of different conflicts going on, across Libra and Aries, and also Scorpio and Taurus. So there's a lot to manage. And from the Pisces perspective in this week ahead, I really recommend that you kind of keep to yourself as much as you can and focus on loving yourself, which is really what this is pointing to. Loving yourself and then loving the uniqueness of your community, not the overarching idealistic voice, because that maybe won't last. That is a stressor right now. The sun is going to move, and the next full moon is going to be across Gemini and Sagittarius, which, funnily enough, are the 3rd and 9th signs of the zodiac. So there is a similar, meaning, because Gemini and Sagittarius both have a lot to do with learning and higher learning and lower learning. This idea that there are those that know and those that don't. So I'm expecting this pattern to play out for a couple more months, but practically, it's okay to check out the ideals and see them, but if you're running your life on ideals that maybe don't fit into the actual day-to-day practicality, it could be very difficult. And so you might want to sort of be careful around people that are doing that, because the Pisces tendency is to get swept in to the energy, where right now your energies would be much better experienced from a place of self-love, self-worth, self-value. And actually what you can gift the world is so much stronger when you're coming from that place of self-love. So I hope this is helpful to you, Pisces. You're so delicate and beautiful, and also deeply, deeply talented and connected in. The more you come into yourself, I think the more you'll understand what the world really needs from your own perspective, and not from the perspective of ideals that have been put on you. So loads and loads of love to you. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, get in touch. My details are below, but hopefully catch you next week, because there's even more change coming next week, and then it will calm down. Anyway, lots of love. I don't normally say quite so much at the end of these videos, but as I've recorded for all the different signs, I've noticed that what I've tuned into has been very different for each sign, much more different than each week. One of the things that really has occurred to me after recording all 12 of these over a couple of days is that information is key to this. So to me, is there going to be some kind of disclosure? Is there going to be some very, very upsetting information? I also think the corporate media has a large part to play in this, because Uranus is the internet and the technology, and Uranus is a higher harmonic of Mercury, the messenger. It's all about information that's shared and consciousness. And so those that are sharing information and consciousness are part of the overall situation, which includes me. And it also includes you guys. It includes you. If you see something and you share it, or if you're a communicator yourself, we are all communicating in different ways. And so I do think this full moon as it comes into being is changing our consciousness at a core level, and also the way we're communicating. So it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden maybe there is a drop in the internet, or some social media tools suddenly go like there's an attack. Given that banking is online as well, I think there could be lots of attacks on the internet infrastructure. So I said this right at the start of the video. I think if you're worried about everything that's online and that you can't run your life if everything suddenly dropped and everything suddenly lost, you might want to take some hard notes, like on pen and paper. You might actually want to write some things down, like numbers, addresses, and things like that. Or you might want to get a hard drive, an external hard drive, and look at that. There could be some kind of power shift because, you know, Uranus is in this opposition to the sun and the moon. But, you know, Uranus is one of the ruling planets of Aquarius, and Pluto, which is about power, is about to go into Aquarius. And right now the sun is in Scorpio, which is one of the rulers of that is Pluto. So we've got a very strong, I would say, a strong Pluto Aquarius theme, you know, a kind of Pluto, Uranus and Scorpio Aquarius theme. You know, there is power and equality, power and freedom, power and control versus electricity, internet, the sharing of information, consciousness. There is, I think, powers out there that want to control consciousness. And Uranus also speaks of a split. You know, there are so many different factions and, you know, different people with their different belief systems and ideologies. But there are some people that talk about a bifurcation of planet Earth, you know, that, you know, we are currently in one timeline, all living in this kind of one bubble, but that at some point we might split, we might bifurcate, and some people go this way and some people go that way. The feeling of polarity that's going on right now, it does imply something like that, you know, whether that's actually a physical thing or just an etheric thing that we all pick up on. Who knows? Like, can we all coexist in our own little bubbles? I don't know. To me, it feels like a schism. The Uranus is also exciting, I should say. So I'm not completely worried. I'm a bit concerned because I do see how the charts line up with Donald Trump's chart and also JD Vance's chart. And I don't wish any harm on anyone, whether I see them as a hero or as an enemy. I don't wish harm or upset on anyone. But I see that there are big changes and that those two in particular are lined in with these changes. And also Israel, that chart is big too. And also when I looked at the Sabian symbols, and I've just got like these little notes in front of me, there were talks about like your territory, settling your territory, getting clear about your territory, the new realizations coming up, and peeling back the layers of truth. So I do think there is something quite shocking coming up, much more shocking than the elections that shocked people for a whole heap of reasons. What we're coming into now and this week ahead, you know, I really see from the 14th, it's going great guns. And then this week just goes straight into the next week, you know, as Pluto changes signs and then the sun changes signs, and the sun and Pluto make a very strong, assertive sextile. It's only a sextile, but, you know, it's the sun and Pluto coming together. I think this is a massive week from the 14th to the 21st, 22nd. I think this is a massive week of change. It might be the most changing week that we experience. So, respectfully from me to you, just sending you lots of, love. I hope you can feel into the possibility of this rather than the fear of this. I understand that some of my languaging when I was talking about Uranus and also talking about the North Node and the South Node, in particular the South Node in Libra, you know, actually I'm going to go on a bit longer. At the start, when the North Node went into Aries, I remember that video, which I recorded about 18, 19 months ago now. I think I called it From We to Me, because the South Node in Libra is about we, and the North Node in Aries is about me. But I remember recording in this, the previous North Node and South Node were across Taurus and Scorpio. And, the previous one was from me to we, like from Scorpio, like moving from the Scorpio South Node, which is kind of quite self-involved and quite intuitive, but like deeply wanting to have power, and moving into the North Node in Taurus, which is a Libra ruled, a Venus ruled sign. It was like 3 years ago, the North Node and South Node were talking about coming out of personal power and sharing more. And then 18 months ago, when the North Node changed into Aries and the South Node into Libra, that message about sharing everything and being really equal, that should have dropped a little bit. And the message, like the feeling of the populace, should have been coming back into ourselves, that we are also meant to come out of the collective and develop ourselves, develop our individuality, develop our sovereignty, become really clear about what our goals are. And yet what I've observed is the South Node in Libra has been highly identified with, which is everything has to be equal across the board, everything equal. And Libra, like one of the things that the Libra energy isn't really spoken about, and I think this is one of the dark sides of Libra, is Libra, in getting the balance, will actually sometimes take control. There's a lot of politicians, strong politicians with Libra, like, lots of things in Libra. And like Saturn in Libra, like the idea of, we're going to force things and legislate things to be equal, becomes fascistic in its own right. The idea that we will make it equal because if we don't make it equal, you're all bigots. That's a very, very strong South Node Libra energy to maintain. And I've heard that coming up again and again and again in the news. And whilst I see that we do need checks and balances are useful to create an even playing field, the truth is about humanity is we're not equal. We're all different. We're all human. We all have a right to be here. And I think we should pay respect to each other. And I also think we shouldn't, I think we're in dangerous territory when we give up our own power to help raise other people up. I think that's, I know I'm going to upset people saying this. To me, there's something a little bit off, and we don't feel the offness of it until it impacts us. It's okay as an ideology. I think it's a great ideology, in fact. But when we get real and when we try to apply it, it creates a massive imbalance, a much bigger imbalance than occurs when we are all actually different for different reasons at different levels. Everyone, no matter how rich or poor they are or healthy or ill they are, everyone has these moments where they have power and everyone has these moments where they drop. And I understand as I'm saying this, people could say you're talking from white privilege. Fair enough if that's what you believe. The call to make things equal across the board is impossible. And it only becomes possible with really, really strict rules. And I think the downside of the South Node in Libra has been playing out. And the North Node in Aries has got stronger as a consequence, because also everything has to balance at some level, but talking in natural balances. And so where things tip on one side, the other side then gets stronger to balance it. And so because of this very strong need to legislate to make everything equal, there's now this counter sort of balance of, no, we need to look after ourselves first. I actually think when we look after ourselves first, magic happens, because we realize who we are. When things are hidden under a veneer, a Libra veneer, we gloss everything over. And that's the thing that really occurred to me as I was doing these readings, as I went through them. I was seeing that the gloss, where we say, oh, no, this is how it is now, and everything is perfect. This is how it is. Everything's perfect. When we operate under that, we're not having real experiences. We're not actually sitting with a problem, or an idea and working it out for ourselves. We're just accepting somebody else's ideology and accepting it's true. It rots the brain, it rots the heart, it rots everything, because we're not using our I'm going to say it, God-given, and I'm not I am not like a religious extremist or anything, trust me. But I feel like we are given, we have a gift. And our gifts are all unique and different, and they might not emerge when we're 5. They might, I feel like I'm coming into my gifts now. Like we never know when they're going to come up, but they don't come up when they're suppressed under this glossy banner saying, oh, this is how everything is. This is the rule. This is how it is. And if you don't talk in this language, it's wrong. Everything has to be like this. Nobody really finds their gifts, because nobody is having a real experience. It's a fake experience. Like controlling how everything is stops the real evolution from occurring. And the real evolution, which is where the North Node is right now in Aries, is about us surviving, about us thriving, about us coming into our individuality, coming into our own power. And actually, the funny thing is we don't have to become really forceful about it, because the previous place of the North Node, in Taurus, actually brought us back into more collaboration and more wanting to work together and helping each other. And it could have ended there. We could have kept that lovely thought and then thought, okay, so we focused on other people and sharing more and helping more. And then the next step is to, how can I integrate that into myself? How can I work through that? The North Node is going to go into the sign of Pisces soon. And that's when we're going to become more collective. And I think that comes, I don't think the grand awakening, if that is actually a thing, I don't think that grand awakening happens because we consider everyone else and then we all float on up because aren't we so good? We've got there now. Actually, I think what happens is we learn that there are other people with other needs, and we manage to find our own space in that. And then we understand ourselves, we understand our relationship between us and everyone else. And if we put everything on everyone else, we don't have a relationship with ourselves. And if we put everything on ourselves, we don't have a relationship with everyone else. And it's about getting that balance right. And the North Node from Taurus and then into Aries was the mechanism to help us learn that. And then that, then we come into the collective with the North Node going to Pisces. We are coming into a time of massive change, rapid change. I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with wanting to gloss over everything and equal it, but it's also important to see where it harms us, where our behaviors of trying to legislate a way of being, how does that impact real life living people? How does that work? How does that give people the chance to work things out for themselves and to grow? So it, as ever, I think it's about getting the balance right. And the sooner we all come closer into the middle, we get that balance point. Right now, it just feels like people are right over here and right over here. And of course, the more this goes this way, the more this goes this way, because it has to balance. But we can also balance by coming in closer and closer and closer together. Wow. Okay. So there you go. I think this is a massive week ahead. That was a massive soapbox moment for me. I feel centrist, but I have to say in recent times, I feel more like a libertarian, just kind of stepping out of all big discussions. So yeah, interesting times. I wonder what's going to happen. Stay well, stay healthy. Hopefully I'll catch up with you all soon. Lots of love.